What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is the mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Ah! Ah! My God!
Lilu Dallas Multipass.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, however good it feels, and however many times you've done it already, it's time to do it again right here on Legal Vices. That's me. Welcome to the Day 2 afternoon and Day 3 morning of the state of Florida versus YNW Melly murder trial. For those of you that don't know what's going on, I don't know why you're here, but we're glad to have you. The basic outlay of this case is this young rapper has been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. His friend, who was the driver of this vehicle where the murders / drive-by shooting, depending on whose side of the story you believe took place, he is a co-defendant and he is being tried separately. Well, here we are. Same thing we're going to do. We're going to rush through the afternoon session from yesterday. There's a lot we can skip. This is more evidence introduction. So we should be able to get through it pretty quickly like we did yesterday. Then we'll either blast through the morning session for today once it goes live, or we'll just kind of catch up and start it live when we get there. And Stingy, the drafter, who's been a member for 7 months of the Clean and Sober crew, says, "Hey, Jeff, going to get your Evil Plans book? If you know, you know. If not, you'll learn." And 7 months. Wow. Hey, I'm so happy you've been here for 7 months. Thank you so much, Stingy. Yeah, to catch us up on this trial, the prosecution is saying that for some reason, they don't know the motive. No motive has been established. They don't have to establish a motive. They just have to prove he did it. What the prosecution is doing, is they're saying for some reason, this defendant turned on 2 lifelong friends and murdered them from the inside of a vehicle and then staged it to look like it was a drive-by shooting. The defense so far has suggested that the defendant, Melly, was nowhere near this vehicle when it was shot up, had nothing to do with it, and is just one of the many people that are a victim in all of this mess. He lost 2 of his best friends, and he has no reason to murder his 2 lifelong friends that he was trying to launch their career and help them out. Reasonable doubt, we'll have to see at the end of the prosecution's case. They've presented some pretty damning testimony that puts the vehicle and everybody's phones in one dead-end place where a month later they found 8 shell casings. It's looking kind of bad if you look at it from that. But the defense lawyers are arguing quite well, I think, that there was a rush to judgment. They only focused on these 2 people. They had already had this picture in their mind that these 2 are the ones that did it. So they only investigated the parts of the evidence that may support their claim. They didn't look at other possible scenarios. They didn't look at other possible suspects. But the problem with that defense is, even if there was a rush to judgment, that doesn't necessarily mean it was the wrong conclusion. So the defense has to just pound this idea that there was a shoddy investigation, a rush to judgment. They had these guys pinned so hard for the murders that they didn't even care about looking at anybody else. And in doing so, they missed something so significant that it could raise reasonable doubt in the minds of the juror that dude didn't do it. So that's where we are. Let's see today. I don't know what to expect today. One of Melly's lawyers, the woman that sits immediately to his right, has been acting squirrely since the beginning of this trial, and I don't know what that's all about. She The first day she was kind of like looking really sleepy and groggy and kind of nodding off and chatting and giggling in weird places. And then yesterday morning, it was the same thing. She was giggling, she was yucking it up, she was talking a lot. And then for some reason, which she's never done before, usually she'll just lean over and her and Melly will talk. For some reason, she decided that she was going to cover her mouth, I guess maybe because the jury is sitting directly across from them. She was going to cover their mouth, maybe so the jurors who can lip read wouldn't be able to see what she was saying. But she didn't cover her mouth with some documents on the table. She didn't cover her mouth with the yellow legal pad that was sitting right in front of her. She covered her mouth with her notebook or diary of some sort. And right there, facing the jurors, right in front of the jurors, where the jurors had a direct line of sight to it, she covered her mouth with this book that was titled Evil Plans and Stuff. Mwahahaha. That's what this, let me bring up a picture of this here. All right, let's see. This was I have never seen anything like this in my entire life. And I've never talked to, I've talked to a bunch of lawyers today about this, and not a single one of them have ever seen anything like this. She was holding up this book. I don't know. I don't understand what her thinking was. I don't get it. Let's embiggen that again. I do not understand. And I guess we can't make that any bigger than it is. But yeah, this is the lawyer for a man who is on trial for first-degree murder. In other words, this is the lawyer for a man who the prosecution is alleging he planned evil stuff to do. That's literally the basis for a first-degree murder charge. It was planned. You had the intent to commit this evil. So the lawyer for this defendant, who is charged with planning evil stuff, is holding up a book titled Evil Plans and Stuff with mwahahaha on the back. I do not effing know what was going through her mind. It's concerning. I don't know what the deal is. That is just the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I hope she doesn't try to top that today. But we'll just have to wait and see, because that was weird. I still don't quite grasp why or how that happened, but it did. All right, before we get into this trial, real quickly, we've got to do today's cocktail. I didn't have time to prepare anything, so I thought we'd just go with a great, simple 2-ingredient cocktail, both in equal portions. You can do 1 ounce of each, or because I like booze, I do 2 ounces of each. If it's good enough to drink once, it's good enough to have a double. So you want to start out with 1 or 2 ounces of amaretto. Of course, I'm going to do 2 ounces. Equal portions, that's all you need to remember. So 1 part amaretto, and then 1 part Hennessy, or any other cognac. Get yourself a good cognac. Get yourself some amaretto. Pour an equal portion in my case, 2 ounces. Boom. Drop that in. Then just give it a little bit of a swirl in your glass. And right there, we have the cocktail, the amaretto and cognac cocktail called the French Connection. That's what we're going to be sipping on today. Delish. All right. With that out of the way. Ooh, that tastes good. All righty. With that out of the way, it's time to dive into the... here it is. Just looking for the cap to the amaretto. It annoys me it has a screw-on cap. All right, there we go. Okay. Let's dive into the afternoon session of day 2. I haven't put up the like and subscribe poll yet, but it'll be there. So in the meantime, 300 of you are here. 100 of you have hit the likes. Literally 2/3 of you haven't done your basic, simple YouTube job. So make sure you do that. Reach right down there, slap that like button. Let's get the word out. Let's bring people into this. Let's steer them away from law and cuck. Law and crime sucks when they with their trial. Their chat sucks. The people in the chat suck. Everything about law and crime sucks, except for the fact they let us use their video. but whatever. So let's bring people in, steer them away from law and crime. Do not go to law and crime and say, come here, because then law and crime will come down on me like a ton of bricks. Just hitting that like button will get us out into the algorithm. It'll get this stream showing up on people's feed, and they'll go, aha, this is live. Let's go check it out. A lot of people like it, and that'll bring people here. So let's do that. And if you haven't subscribed, I'd be super, super thrilled to get your subscription. We're inching our way towards 37,000 subscribers. Currently, I don't know where we are. Currently, we are at where? Currently, we are at a grand total of 36,715 subscribers. So 285 more, boom, and we're at 37,000. So if you haven't hit that subscribe, please do. I'm kind of pushing to get to 37,000 by the end of the week, so I might mention it a few times today, but please forgive me. Super chats are not required to engage with me, but the super chats do guarantee it gets read, and whoever has the largest or the highest super chat of the day will be the Law Rax's Vice Rax for the day. So that's just kind of you get your name down there on the banner just for giggles. And of course, we have Doggo Cam and the Law and Cut Cage all locked and loaded for when we unlock those achievements. Keep that in mind. And do not forget, Friday is F It Friday, where we just say F it. We have a huge panel of people on. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Let's jump right into let's jump right into this. Okay, bring up the stream, and we will go now. Oh yes, Ned Flanders was on the stand. Oh, I forgot my notebook again. Can't remember what Ned Flanders' name was, but he is the crime scene technician guy. He's the forensic guy. So let's see what he has to say. They've come back from lunch. We're watching it at 1.25 speed, and we have closed captions today. So everybody's taken care of. Let's rock.
If you wish to continue with your examination, Mr. Carter.
Thank you. Okay, Investigator Carter, we talked a little bit about some of the swabs that you collected.
He's not the forensics guy, he's the crime scene investigator.
Previously shown to defense and marked as states F for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that packaging?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that packaging?
Yes, it is.
It is the packaging for evidence of the earmark police department in my handwriting.
And the items that are indicated on the front of that, are those items you collected yourself?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now, did you see me cutting them open as you were sitting on the witness stand just a couple of moments ago?
Yes, I did.
If you take an opportunity to look at the two items that are inside, and you can go, these two right there.
Again, most of what he's going to be doing for the next little while is just introducing evidence, just getting it in. He's got a glove up.
Don't put them together yet. You can see there. And are those in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, they are.
You're at this time, the state requesting the state's FF into evidence and permission to publish?
Any objection? No. They'll be admitted.
States FF will be moved to States 32.
Thank you.
And Investigator Carter, do you still have those gloves on? Sorry. Could I bother you to come here so we can do it on the screen so everybody can see?
Ooh, do it on screen so everybody can watch. Saucy lawyer.
You may sit down, sure.
Cut cage happens when Doggo Cam starts, Adriana. You got to earn the cut cage when you earn the Doggo Cam.
Okay, just publish them one at a time. And you could identify them by the G or item number.
The G number is G65. It is the swabs on the rear driver's side door handle exterior of the GPL hub.
Okay, and is there identifying
Always good to see
information
Rose.
to show what the tag number was and the mirror mark case number on each of these?
Flux in the chat. What's up, Flux?
On the swab box, yes, the case number is noted there.
Okay. And could you translate the time, please, to normal time for military?
That would be 5:30.
Okay.
Normal
And you
time
published
for
the
military.
second swab that is in there.
Nothing like some Hennessy in the evening.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
G64.
Thank you.
And the UV swabs from the front driver's side door handle exterior of the Jeep.
Again, is it the same tag number that was on the photos that you took earlier?
Yes.
And is it the same time that you collected the other one?
Just before.
Speak up just a little bit louder from
Just
this.
before the other one.
Okay. And if you could put that one back in here. Now, before you leave, on the back of this, there are labels in terms of, does each label have an ID or evidence number or G number on it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You can resume.
I
your
was
seat as well.
literally thinking that same thing when I was previewing this in the office. I was like, that'd be a great bingo game. Yeah, come on, Flux, you're slacking.
Okay. And now approaching what's been previously shown to defense counsel as states GG for identification purposes only. Do you recognize anything on the outside of this bag?
I do not think so.
Okay. If you would be so kind, just to look inside at the manila envelope. And just look at that. And just pick it up. So there. Do you recognize the case number on that particular item?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm gonna get you scissors so you can open that one up. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
It has my name on it and in my handwriting.
Is that not in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
And what is that specific item?
This is a swab box containing swabs from the front driver's side door handle interior of the Jeep.
Okay, if you could place it back in there. That was composite GG, put it back in there with those other items.
Speaking of GG, where's Gigi today? Haven't seen Gigi in chat yet.
I'm now approaching with what's been marked as states HH for identification purposes only.
Gotta say it one more time,
Do you
Chandler. Good morning.
recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
It has my name on it and in my handwriting.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
Here, this time of state requesting states HH in and permission to publish.
HH only, correct?
HHGG is just foundation at this point.
Thank you. Is there any objection? No. It'll be admitted.
And investigator, if you'd be so kind as to step down again and publish it at the green screen, thank you.
States HH will be marked states 33.
Would you be so kind as to publish? And what item number or G number is assigned to this particular item?
This is G67, and this is swabs from the rear driver's side door handle interior of the Jeep.
Okay, and the time of collection on this one,
Would be 5:36
and on what date?
on 10/26.
Okay.
2018.
Mr. Kearns. Okay, thank you. Resume your seat.
All right, get that evidence in, Ned boy.
So, investigator Britton now showing you what's been previously marked as states II for identification purposes only.
Hey, there's
Do you
Gigi.
recognize that?
Gigi Beauchamp in the chat. She was summoned by the
Verify that it is
prosecutor,
what it says it is.
introducing Gigi, item GG in evidence.
Before you take it out, send it out if possible.
Yes, it is.
Jason, me or Ned Flanders?
And is it in the same or
Which
substantially same
stack?
condition as when you recovered it on October 26th?
Choose your
of
answer
2018?
wisely.
Yes, it is.
Now, at this time, the state would request new states II into evidence and publish to the jury.
Is there any
Always
objection?
about I, isn't it, prosecutor?
States II will be marked states 34.
Investigator for Carter.
That's the wrong answer, but I understand.
For the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
It's
Where did this item come from?
the bag.
This item came from the rear driver's side floor of the vehicle.
Thank you. If you could please place it back in the packaging.
He gets giggly with the jiggity. He could be.
Investigator Curran is showing you what's been previously shown to defense and marked for identification purposes only as states J. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
It has my handwriting on it denoting the item that's inside.
Okay. Is it? And is that have your evidence seal on it?
Correct.
Is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you retrieved it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
And what is that item?
This item is the one-step casing, the Blazer 40S and photo marker 18.
Here at this time, the state is requesting of states JJ in.
No objection. It'll be admitted.
States JJ will be marked states 35.
And it's your first time to have you sit down and publish it.
He looks like he's all Ned Flanders buff too. Pouring out some M&Ms for her homie. What the hell is
Do you
that?
recognize the handwriting on the back of that?
Yes, I do.
Whose is that?
That's my handwriting.
Okay. Is that the same casing that you recovered?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you so much. If you could please return it to its packaging. Thank you. Thank you. I'm now showing approaching with what's been previously marked as state KK for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
Because it's an item that I photographed within the vehicle.
Okay. And you want to take a second to open it up? If you would be so kind.
He's Guitario. Guitarino.
And is that item in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, and what is that item?
This is the
He just looks like a
Your Honor, this
crime
has
scene
been
investigator, doesn't he?
into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States KK will be marked states 36.
Thank you. And would you be so kind just to hold that up for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Investigator Carter, with regards to states LL, I'm showing you for identification purposes only there are multiple envelopes in that heat sealed packaging. Do you recognize your handwriting on any of those?
I do not believe so.
No.
They absolutely can.
One moment to confer with
You're weird.
Yes.
Nothing further from this submission.
Thank you. Council Jim Cross, examination report?
Yes, please. How you doing, Mr. Sargent?
Good result.
I'm a little tired. Thanks for asking. Let me ask you a few basic questions. You collected a whole bunch of items from this car, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know approximately how many items you collected?
I do not.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Nope, they're still doing direct examination, still entering the items into evidence. Cross-examination will be happening shortly, and it's fairly quick. All right. While he's reading that, we'll just bump it up to 2 here. 2 times speed.
Approximately how many items did you collect from this vehicle?
Now it's crossed.
14.
14 items?
Correct.
And the purpose of collecting those items was to have them processed, correct?
That's correct.
And when we're talking about processing items, we're talking about attempting to get DNA on the items, off the items, correct?
We are trying to collect whatever is on these items.
Okay. And you're really looking for either DNA or fingerprints, basically.
Correct.
And the reason for that is so that you can come in here and tell these folks who touched it, because no one has the same fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
Or who may have touched it but left their DNA on it, because no one has the same DNA,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
That's correct.
You processed this car the day of the homicides. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
What time did you get to the garage or wherever you were to process this vehicle?
May I refer to my report?
Yes. May I approach again?
Yes.
It's Better Call Saul during the Ohio Cinnabon days. That hasn't been introduced into evidence yet.
At 14:57.
The prosecution is indicating that there might be gunshot residue.
47, did I say?
Stippling on the victims.
257.
2:57.
Correct.
And what time did you leave, if you recall? Because it seems like you were there several hours.
No.
That third one, yeah, this one, I cleared the garage.
So how many hours was that, sir? From 2:57
I'll
to
talk about this later.
9:30, you said?
2:57 to 9:30, about correct.
Okay, so that would be, what, about 7 hours?
About
Give or take a few minutes.
correct.
And you had another fellow officer processing the car, half the car.
Hasn't
also,
been talked
correct?
about or introduced
Deputy
into
Chief
evidence yet.
Technician, not an officer.
Okay, and she was processing the car also?
That's correct.
She stayed about the same amount of time?
I believe so.
So between the two of you, you spent about 14, 15 hours processing the Jeep?
Correct.
Okay. And the purpose of that was so that you could collect all the evidence that could help this jury decide who was in that car and who may have been involved, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the items you collected was a rental agreement, which you testified to, I think belonged to Jameson Francois, correct?
That's correct.
He is the person who rented the vehicle, according to those documents, correct?
The vehicle listed on the documents.
And that was the Jeep that you spent about 15 hours processing, correct?
I believe the paperwork showed another vehicle, not the Jeep.
The lighter that you destroyed, you, of course, processed that to see who touched the lighter before you destroyed it, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when you collect an item, do you use a different pair of gloves for each item?
That's correct.
What is the purpose of that?
The purpose is to not cross-contaminate
Some
items.
So you must have used quite a few gloves.
fallout of the O.J. Simpson trial. Dennis Fong not using different
Yes.
gloves. That sort of became the nationwide standard. One piece of evidence,
You did
one
a
set of
thorough
gloves.
search of this Jeep from the front all the way to the back, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other officers or CSI or any detectives going
Yes,
back
at
to that
Miami.
vehicle and
Close.
searching it again?
Close to where he is.
Not that I recall.
And you mentioned something about swabbing certain items. Did I hear you correctly?
Correct.
And that was, again, to look for DNA on those particular items, correct?
Correct.
It's signed
And each time
1970s.
you did a swabbing of an item, you took the old gloves off and you put the new gloves on.
Magnum PI.
And when you collected the Gatorade bottle and the various items, each time you collected the Gatorade bottle, you used a pair of gloves, then on the water bottle, you used a different pair of gloves, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
You also mentioned something about latent fingerprints. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, a latent fingerprint is something that usually is not visible to the eye, correct?
With a blue lighting, you can see sometimes on some surfaces.
But normally, a latent fingerprint you're looking for is a print that's not visible to the naked eye, correct?
Not fully correct.
Okay, correct me. Where am I wrong?
A latent
Second,
fingerprint.
usually lighting on certain surfaces, a latent fingerprint can be visible.
Okay. As a lay citizen, if I'm not carrying a blue light, would you see the fingerprint on a particular eye?
What item are we talking about?
Any
You
eye.
could see the fingerprint.
It's a latent fingerprint. Would you see the fingerprint if I didn't have a blue light?
Yes.
You could, depending.
If I touch this jury rail like this, you could process it even though we don't see any fingerprint. And you could lift possibly a fingerprint or impression of a fingerprint from it, correct?
That's right.
And then you could take this and say, guess what? Student touched this. That's me, correct?
Correct.
And that's what you're looking for.
Correct.
Oh.
Yeah, but it would still be a latent fingerprint if he had barbecue sauce all over his fingers and touched the railing and left it there.
Repeat that, sorry.
That's why they're in these various evidence bags, because they're sent to someone else to do the processing for latent fingerprints and DNA, right?
Correct.
He's definitely rocking the prawn stash. He's got to get the manicured cowboy handlebar mustache going there.
You and your fellow workers spent about 15 hours going over this car. You collected all physical evidence and processed that car completely, right?
Correct.
You were never asked to go back to that vehicle?
Not that I recall.
I got to ask you one other question, if I may. There was a photograph in Exhibit 30 that displayed Detective Moretti reading the search warrant. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Who is he reading?
To us.
You.
Correct.
And he read it from start to finish?
Correct.
May I have one moment, Colonel?
Thank you so much for that.
Attorney, redirect this witness? Hold on one second, excuse me.
Restroom good?
All right, we need a restroom break. Ladies and gentlemen, put down your notepads. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion.
All right, someone's got to go to the turlet, so we'll hit the super chats. All right, see, this is going quick. There's another lady is coming up next. Doral on drops the I almost said 2 pound again. The 2 hero popcorn bucket. Thank you so much. And Adara the Wholesome with a $5 super chat. 1 cent more and you would have been the Vice Racks of the day. As a follow-up, I can confirm that day one of the trial day one of the trial can be used as a sleep aid. Best sleep I've had in weeks. Day one was rough. That was not the most exciting trial date ever. Adara the Wholesome, this guy looks like a 1987 NASCAR driver. Thank you for those super chats. That is awesome. And JKD Buck 76 said, so more than one state's attorney can question a witness on the same turn. Normally, I mean, there's no rule against it. There's no rule against it, but judges like to keep it that way so that the court reporters can keep up and there's no question about who is going to be talking. There's no talking over each other. But yeah, that's this is cross-examination now. Flux asking questions that we all want to know answers to. All right, well, let's see. I'm scanning through the turlet break here, the bathroom break. Then while they go to the toilet, I'm scanning ahead a few minutes. All right, this looks like right about where they come back. Let's bring the screen up. Oh, and by the way, we do have the like and subscribe poll up. So the 489 of you that are here, only 200 of you haven't done your job. Get down there, smash the like button, smash it, smash the subscribe button. If you think you're subscribed, please make sure you're subscribed. Just double check. And then take our little like and subscribe poll, which is our daily reminder to actually like and make sure you're subscribed. Our question is, as always, did you smash the like and subscribe button? The answers are yes, part of my evil plans and stuff. Yep. Know what I'm saying? Of course, gang. Always beyond a reasonable doubt. Those are our choices for today in our lame little poll. So smash that. And let's get right into it again. Follow Law and Crime Sidebar Podcast for trial recaps. Or don't. Just follow this here. That's all you need. Law racks, legal vices, that's all you need.
Remains on the stand. Counsel, if you want to finish with your redirect examination tonight.
Yes, Your Honor. So, investigator Carter, drawing your attention to
What's feral housewife?
You indicated in questioning by defense counsel, you believe that a different type of car was indicated on this rental agreement.
That is correct.
And was the vehicle that you analyzed a 2018 Jeep Compass?
Yes.
The vehicle that's listed on this enterprise receipt in the name of Jamison Francois is what?
2018 Nissan.
Counsel asked you about being able to see fingerprints with the naked eye. Is this something about a blue light? Did you say blue?
I did not.
What did you say?
I said oblique lighting.
And can you explain what oblique lighting is to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Oblique lighting is when you pass light over a surface, say this countertop, and say the possibility of fingerprints on this countertop. If you pass the light at an angle that is almost parallel with the surface,
what's up, Sullivan?
The oils
Good to have you here,
visible,
brother.
the tips and valleys of the oils are visible to the naked eye, much like if you look at your cell phone screen, you can see fingerprints with the your skin.
So can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a latent print impression?
A latent fingerprint impression is a fingerprint that is either unviewable to the naked eye or mostly viewable, which is then processed to be able to view better.
And what do you do to process it to make it view better?
You can use several different types of chemicals or processes.
Powder,
Most common is
tape.
black fingerprint powder.
All kinds of, yeah.
When a fingerprint is collected, can you put a timestamp on when it arrived on a surface?
No, I cannot.
Is there things that you take into account into environmental conditions as to whether or not you find?
Objection, lady.
Is it over? You can answer.
Is there,
Sorry, to do that.
is there any environmental conditions you take into account when trying to process for fingerprints?
Yes, when a fingerprint, when a surface is wet, possibly with humidity, different processes could be used to collect those fingerprints. Black fingerprint powder does not work on wet surfaces, and you can use what's called SPR, also known as small particle reagent, which is then sprayed over a surface, which then adheres to the oils on the wet surface.
With regards to talking about surfaces.
I like that
Can
they're
you
getting
explain
all the
to me how
boring
regular surfaces are
evidence
ideal
collection stuff out of the way at the
for
beginning.
covering fingerprints?
And hopefully they'll get into
Surface
analyzing and getting into some of the tantalizing bits and pieces of evidence to prove their case, because right now they're just throwing a pile of evidence on things.
Are porous that can be processed for latent prints, but requires extra chemicals and different processes to for a smoother surface.
What about fabric?
Fabric, yeah.
CSI wrong on that?
Sorry.
CSI, the TV show is wrong on that? With regards to DNA, can we see DNA with the naked eye?
No,
So how do you determine what areas to process?
the different areas you go through the process of elimination on the thought process of what is possibly been touched. I am taking swabs to see if there's DNA when there is no DNA. And
So he's swabbing everything for
very likely was
DNA.
there.
In terms of the other evidence in this case, have you reviewed a surveillance footage before you collected the DNA swabs in this case?
No,
Have you ever seen surveillance footage of anything in this case?
Objection beyond the scope.
Over.
So have you ever seen surveillance footage in this case?
Yeah.
No?
No.
Nothing else, Sharon?
Anything else to this witness? No?
No.
Is he excused?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. You may sit
All right.
down. You're excused.
Bye-bye, witness guy.
Sarah Carroll?
Tara Carroll? Is that what he said? Squeaky gate. I'm so glad we finally figured out what that noise was. It's the squeaky gate.
Good afternoon. Are you Tara Carroll?
Yes.
Welcome. This is our witness stand over here. Come on up, please. When you get to the witness stand, you put your things down. Just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand, be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Tara Carroll,
Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
TARACARRO.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Ms. Carroll, that microphone in front of you will only adjust up or down. It doesn't move back and forth, all right?
Okay, thank you.
You're all set?
All set.
Counsel, if you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Carroll. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you.
Where do you work?
At Miramar Police Department.
How long have you worked at Miramar Police Department?
I've been there now almost 7 years.
And what do you do at the Miramar Police Department?
I am a certified crime scene investigator.
Can you explain a little bit about the background and education that you have to become a certified crime scene investigator?
Yes, ma'am. I have my degree in crime scene technology. And then once on board with Miramar, we take quite a few trainings throughout our employment. I also became certified with IAI in 2019, which required another training as well.
Okay, so I want to go through some of the training that you've done over the years.
Okay.
Starting in 2012, was that part of your degree that you talked about?
Yes.
Oh, wait, I forgot to, before I make some rude comments about her. I forgot to read Flux's super chat. Flux, bring in the first of the super chats. Mocha Dick Poon, XOXO, fully adjustable, blow for freedom. What does shit mean? Muha. You gotta leave the muhahaha in. And as always, pants are prison. Lol, the people have spoken. And this microphone, unfortunately, is not fully adjustable. It only adjusts up and down, not side to side. It's a partially adjustable microphone. So thank you so much for the super chat. The first super chat of the night went to Flux. That is why she is the Vice Rax of the day so far. You want to beat her? It's going to cost you more than $5. Just kidding. Well, not just kidding, but just with the others. All right, let's get back to what's her name? Tara Carroll, Donatello Versace. Is that? She looks like Donatello, like a budget Donatello Versace. She seems to have had some work done. Just saying, those lips look like there may be a little bit of filler in them. I just like when the lips just don't move, they just kind of protrude out like a little duck. Anywho, yeah, she may have just had a little bit of lip filler, perhaps some Botox, because just she's just kind of doing this, and there's not really much moving there. They just got their lips sticking out, and she moves like. Ugh. All right, let's get back to Donatello Versace here.
And so what years did you attend and what college did you attend to get your degree?
That was Kaiser University, and it was 2012 to 2014. And we took what was considered core classes.
Marv, bring in the
So
double flux.
Training classes.
All right, thank you for the super chat. Double flux.
Crime scene and forensics.
Most of them, yes.
Once you were employed with the Miramar Police Department, you said you did continuing training.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you attend classes in crime scene reconstruction?
I did.
Did you attend classes in bloodstain documentation and collection methods?
Yes, ma'am.
Firearms and tool marks?
Yes.
Collecting footwear and fire impressions?
Yes.
Latent fingerprints and fingerprint identification?
Yes, ma'am.
This is all her training.
Did you do crime scene imaging?
I did.
Did you attend classes with the U.S.
All right, I think we can
Homeland
skip through her
Security
qualifications.
Yes, ma'am.
Defense counsel, if previously had an opportunity to go through, states MM for identification purposes. Investigator Carroll, did you have an opportunity to review the photos in the USC here prior to coming into court?
I did.
Did those photos fairly and accurately depict the items that you processed at the lab after they were collected?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know that those photos are?
Well, yeah, if you look
the same
closely,
as on that USC?
when they do the close-up,
Because I had to show USC.
the insider lip is on the outside.
Into evidence and published to the jury?
Is there any objection?
No objections.
They'll be admitted. How many photographs are there?
Just one moment, I think 37, but I'm going off memory.
Yeah, wait till a close-up. You'll see probably 60% of her lip is made up from the inside of her lip.
24, I apologize. 24 photos.
Positive 24 photographs. Thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter though. They're just going through the qualifications. No reason to object. It would just annoy everybody. Oh yeah, she's like a budget genie. She's like a budget I Dream of Genie. Oh no. Oh no.
So that you can see the image in front of you on the screen as well.
Yes.
Okay. So the item 1 that's on there, what's the purpose of that item 1?
One would be the photo marker. So that would explain, once you look back at the photos of the search warrant, every piece of evidence that was collected is marked with a number. So you would see a cone or some sort of photo marker. So that's what was noted as photo marker 1.
The liquids that are in these bottles, are they maintained by the Miramar Police Department?
No, so we did, I believe there was a sample of the liquid taken out of the Zephyr Hills bottle, but no, we don't submit liquids to property and evidence.
Going on to the next photo, was found at what photo
They've
marker?
got 2 Sprite
Number
cans,
2.
an empty water bottle, a Gold Peak tea.
Moving on to
They
photo
have
marker number
2
3.
bottles of Arizona tea.
Where this was found in what
Oh, people,
area of the?
how much are they drinking in that
May I
car?
refer to my report?
Please, if that will help, or refresh your recollection.
Well, it's relevant if it has the suspect's fingerprints on it.
Number 3 was
Because
found on the front
the
passenger side
defendant's
porch.
fingerprints. Because the defendant is saying he was not in that vehicle at the time of the
And
shooting.
item number 3, still looking at that same number. What is this photo showing?
Usually we'll photograph the front side and then again the back side.
The green leafy substance that is
Green
visible
leafy
in this
substance.
photograph. Was that submitted for testing at the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab?
Yes, ma'am.
Going on to item number 4. Were these items collected from that same Jeep?
Airwick.
From the same Jeep, yes.
And in terms of,
I like that. If you got the leafy green substance in the car, you gotta have the Airwick air freshener just in case the popo pulls you over. I like that. That's good. That's
the
solid.
receipt, are you familiar with the Fountains of Miramar?
I am.
And the Chick-fil-A indication restaurant on the top of that. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that is in the city of Miramar?
They went to
If
Chick-fil-A,
I'm correct,
God's
the
chicken restaurant.
West, I'm
They
not
must be
exactly sure
innocent.
the names of the streets.
Okay. And in terms of the date and time on this receipt, is this clearly and accurately depict this photograph, how the receipt looked when you collected it on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what date is on there?
October 25th, 2018 at 11:20 a.m.
Okay. On item number 4, you indicated this would be the backside of any of those items. Item number 5, is this depict how you found this in the Jeep?
Holy crap, she's Janice from the Muppets.
Item number 6.
You're not wrong.
And do you recall where these were found, this item?
I believe it was in the cubby of where the handle on the door was.
Item number 7.
Yes.
What are we looking at in item number 7?
That would be a projectile.
That's good. I like that one. We're changing it.
Item number 8. Do you recall collecting these items?
I do.
And where were they found? Do you need to refresh your
Yes.
recollection? If there's anything that would, please do so silently to yourself and look up when you're done.
You know, I'm sorry, I don't have listed the location of that. It was on the passenger side. I just, I would have to see an overall photo. I'm not pushing that for sure.
So in terms of wherever photo marker number 8 was,
Yes.
the yellow cone or placard.
Exactly.
All right, we've changed that to read, AKA Janice from Dr. Teeth and Electric Mayhem.
The green leafy substance in this one by photo number 8, was that also sent to the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab for analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
We stipulate that that's marijuana. Just you can move it on.
So then, in terms of that, that's stipulated to the introduction of states LL.
I stipulate that it's marijuana. I didn't stipulate to its introduction.
Ooh.
Object to its relevance.
So with regards,
Oh, there you go. That was good. She just thought she was going to sneak that weed into evidence because he stipulated to it being weed. So she's like, all right, I will admit that into evidence. He's like, no, back off. Back off there, woman. I just stipulated to the fact that it was marijuana. I didn't stipulate to anything being admitted because I'm challenging it on relevance. That was good. That was a good play. Good play by the defense lawyer. So what? There's weed in the car. What does that have to do with murder?
Just a sidebar, please, please.
Go with the sidebar. All right, everybody, get ready to have white noise blasted. Okay, good. I caught it in time. So we can fast forward through the sidebar.
Significance of these facts, as with all facts, is up for, as having been proved. Ladies and
Thinking about the
gentlemen,
stipulation. Because they stipulated it to being marijuana, so now he's going to tell them what the stipulation means.
lawyers or parties agree that certain facts are true. That is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is up for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is that the item in marker 8 is cannabis. The green leafy substance is cannabis or marijuana. Is that
Thanks.
correct stipulation, counsel?
That's correct, sir.
State?
so accepted, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to photo marker number 9. So did you document in your report where photo marker number 9 was?
Rear passenger floorboard.
Okay. The item that we're looking at here, what is this?
Cell phone with a cover.
Did you collect and process items 10?
I did.
Item 11?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Item 21?
Yes.
Are you able to preserve item 21 at the Miramar Police Department Property and Evidence Unit?
No, we're not.
Why?
Because it's a flammable substance and it can't be checked into evidence.
Prior to checking it into evidence, do you process any such items?
I do.
How so?
Depending on the item and what is requested of us, usually we'll swab it for DNA or fingerprint.
Moving on to item 22 and 23, these are processed and collected. What is item number 24?
That would also be a projectile.
And which side of the car does this projectile come from?
Okay.
If you need to refer to your notes, please do so. I want to make sure you're accurate.
Okay, this one was on the driver's floorboard underneath the pedals.
These are the projectiles.
So this is now item 25. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at some Magnum
This
condoms,
is a
baby.
combination of items that were found in the pocket behind the seat. May I look at my report
Yes,
again?
if you need to.
Murder by condom.
Behind the front passenger seat.
The phone that we're looking at in this photo, was it turned on?
Yeah, I probably should, huh?
I don't know.
Was there any damage to
I
that
probably
phone?
should.
I don't recall it. It doesn't appear so from the back shot.
Okay. And then going on to
You
item
could blow
27.
past those Magnums? Come
Did you recover
on.
that item?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall what part of the car that projectile was recovered from?
I'm pretty sure that was inside of the seat.
And if you want to verify,
Yes,
moment, or
please.
my correction, please do.
Removed from the inside of the rear passenger side seat.
About 70.
With regards to the processing
Yes.
for DNA, did you do that on October 30th of 2018?
Yes, I did.
The photographs that we just went through, were those taken on October 31st of
Hey, the big
2018?
ones. The big condoms.
And if we're looking at the data on the phone or on the photos themselves on the screen help you?
Oh, yes. Yes, ma'am.
So after you took those photos and you documented all of those items, did you then try and process items for latent prints that were recovered from the car?
Yes.
How do you do that?
To process for latent prints, we will.
This is our witness,
use a
Janice
fresh
from
pair of gloves.
Electric Mayhem.
I'll place the item on a fresh pair of piece of butcher paper. And then we use lid PD, black powder, and fiberglass brush.
And in terms of once you get the latents, what do you do to determine whether they are of value or not of value?
Okay, so once we lift them, and we'll place them on a lift card, which has the information on the back, the print on the front, then I'll usually pass it by my supervisor, see if he thinks it's a good enough quality to submit. And as long as he agrees, then we submit it to the BSO lab for analysis.
Because the
Thanks for that idea, Voodoo Berries. You're spot on.
No.
In terms of, in this case, did you process all of the little blue round containers?
Look at those
containing
eyes.
Cannabis.
I processed the ones
May or may
that
not
we
be
should
Botoxed
process.
out of her damn mind.
And in terms of finding latent prints, any that you found would have been submitted.
May I look at my repeat again?
Surely.
So I'm going to go forward to February 6th of 2019.
Okay,
On that date, did you collect glass from the Jeep?
I did.
What was the purpose of collecting the glass?
There was glass found at a scene out on US 27. So in order to determine that it was the same glass that came from the Jeep, they had collected that glass from the scene, and I went to collect the glass from the Jeep, from different parts of the Jeep, so then we could then send it off to FDLE for analysis.
So I'm going to start with showing you what's been previously marked as states in, for identification purposes. What's been previously shown to the defense prior to Okay, showing you what's been previously marked as states in for identification purposes and shown to defense counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize those items?
I do.
How do you recognize those items?
It's my handwriting.
Are they what are they?
They are the latent lift cards from the vehicle. So those would be the actual cards that I told you that the print would be on the front and information on the back.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you lifted them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at this time, the state would request the states into evidence.
No objection, sir.
They'll be admitted.
States in will be marked states 38.
And approach of what's been previously shown in states L. Do you recognize the items in states LL?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they in the same or substantially same conditions when you collected them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
The heat sealed packaging with a green label on that. Is that done by the Mayor Police Department?
No, it's not.
The other items inside, are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes, ma'am.
Here, at this time, the state would request to move states LL into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
States LL will be marked states 39.
If I was going to be really mean, I'd say she looks like Michael Palin's mother getting the plastic surgery in the movie Brazil.
And labeled for identification purposes only as states O. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That appears to be latent.
That would be mean though, so I'm not going to do that.
Yes, it is.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states OO into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
States 00 will be marked states 40.
Now showing defense counsel what's been previously marked as states P for identification. Showing you now, Ms. Carroll, what's been marked as states P for identification purposes only.
Nope.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's also in my handwriting.
And is that item something you collected?
It is.
What is it?
There was a rental agreement for the Jeep and another receipt for a phone repair out of the glove box of the Jeep.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state is requesting of states double P into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
States double P will be marked states 41.
All right, I'll stop.
Showing counsel what's been marked as states Q. Investigator Carroll, I'm showing you what's been marked as states Q for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
Also my handwriting.
What are those items?
These would be collection tins full of the glass fragments from the Jeep, from the separate areas of the Jeep.
Are those in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them in November of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Or I'm sorry, February
February,
2019. My apologies. Your Honor, at this time, state requesting the states Q in.
No objections.
It'll be
All right.
admitted.
So we've got some leafy green substance.
States
We've got
QQ
some
will be
shell
marked states
casings.
42.
Wanted now showing defense counsel what's been marked as states S.
How far behind live is this? They should just be starting now.
Investigator Carroll,
We're about an
showing you now
hour
what's been
behind.
marked for identification purposes only as states S.
We'll catch up quickly with
Okay.
Do
live.
you recognize those items?
I do.
How do you recognize those items?
Also my handwriting and my initials.
Are those items in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected those on October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
And how do you recognize what those are?
Well, I see on the bag, it's 3 projectiles and I can hear them in the tins.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, state requesting states S in.
No objection, Your Honor.
They'll be admitted.
States SS will be marked states 43.
Showing defense counsel Ms. Carroll, I'm showing you has been previously marked as states T.
Trial hasn't even started yet, and Law and Crime has 10,000 people watching them. Oh,
It's
don't
my
be sheep,
handwriting.
people. Come on over here.
Is that item the same or substantially the same conditions when you collected on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request Ms. States T into evidence.
I have no objections.
It will be admitted.
States TT will be marked states 44.
State's titties are being introduced into evidence. Cool. You heard it here first. State's titties are being introduced into evidence.
I'm now showing you for identification purposes only what's been marked as states U for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
I do,
How do you recognize that item?
by my handwriting.
And what is that item?
These is the pair of sneakers that were found in the rear passenger floorboard.
And are those the ones that you documented in the photos we looked at
The
earlier?
red ones, correct.
Are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them in October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request permission
To enter the Chick-fil-A bag into lunch.
into evidence.
No objection.
Kara, bring the $5 super chat.
States UU will be marked states 45.
I just want to repeat a dark comment from yesterday that shouldn't be
So
laughed
going forward now,
about. The defense attorney
Yes,
literally
you're
said
wrong.
Tupac must have done
Did
it.
there come an occasion in which you came into contact with the defendant,
He did.
Jamal Devins?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
E.B. Purvis in the chat.
That states R. Investigator Carroll, do you recognize these items?
I do.
What are they?
These would be buccal swabs of Mr. Stevens.
And explain what buccal swabs are, please.
They are swabs of the inside of your cheek to obtain your DNA.
Are these in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you identify for the record who you collected these items, the swabs from?
From Mr. Stevens.
And can you please identify him by an article of clothing and where he's sitting in the corner?
Yes, the defendant's table with the navy blue suit and silver shirt.
Silver shirt. Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
The record shall so reflect an in-court identification of the defendant.
And as to states RR, the state will submit those now into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, they'll be admitted.
States RR will be marked states 46.
So Ms. Carroll, at this point, I could ask you to bring some gloves and ask permission for her to step down to publish the items that have just been.
We're not drinking anything really yet. Had a
Yes,
little
sir.
cocktail at the beginning, but
Garrett, on the screen.
Oh, sorry.
Garrett. Just, thank you.
she's going to engloven herself.
Investigator Carroll, I'm going to publish the 3 projectiles, and I will get scissors for you.
I bet she likes
43.
scissoring. Pouring out some more M&Ms for the dead homies.
Would you prefer? Thank you. Just that. Is there an item number on each of these?
Yes, there is.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the item or group number is that's indicated on each of these property stickers?
The group number is basically just the item number.
Yeah, we don't care about it.
7?
As well.
Okay. Maybe so kind just to publish. And then inside of it as well? And so 27, that was the rear seat projectile.
Yes.
Okay.
Inside.
Thank you. If you just want to move that one, close that one so they don't get confused, and you put that up to the side, go to the next one. And you show which this projectile is.
This is number 7, and that would be from the rear passenger floorboard.
Okay, be so kind as to open that up. Thank you. And what item is this?
This is number 24, projectile front driver's side floorboard under the pedals.
Thank you so much. And if we could repackage those. And then next, if you would be so kind as to open the latent. And could you just pick pick one to show as demonstrative to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the latent cards look like.
Sure.
Sure.
So this would be the front of the card with the tape where the actual lift happened. And we always initial down at the bottom. And then on the back of the card would give you the information, the date and time it was lifted, the address, and where it was lifted from.
And that would be the same for what's in the States 40 as well.
Yes.
I'd be so kind as to show those.
Sure.
Is there any rhyme or reason as to the different sizes of the latent print cards?
Well, usually the larger cards would be used if there's maybe a couple fingers or something that would be larger than this actual card.
I'd be so kind and again to show on the smaller version how it's done.
Yes, so this would be the front with the tape
It's a Rorschach test.
and the back with the information.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I'll put that in there. Thank you. Okay. Hey, you're doing your seat. Thank you.
You're welcome. Please keep your hands and arms inside the ride at all times. Thank you and have a nice day. Doesn't look good.
So, Mr. I want to go forward to March 1st of 2019.
Okay.
Were you asked to process a cell phone that was recovered here at the courthouse?
Yes, it was.
Ow, that hurt.
On March 1st of 2019, I'm sorry, the iPhone that you were, or the phone that you were requested to process, what type of phone was it?
May I look at my report?
Yes.
It was a Apple iPhone X,
And Apple
gold
iPhone.
rose color.
Did it have a distinctive serial number on that phone?
It did.
And what was that serial number?
It's FF
Yeah, this would be the opposite of my type. Like literally.
B1VPHF.
When you were provided that phone, what were you asked to analyze on it?
I was requested to photograph and then process it for possible blood.
Did you do that?
I did.
With regards to the blood testing, what type of testing did you do?
I did Blue Star.
Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is Blue Star?
Yes, Blue Star latent blood reagent. It's a chemical that we could spray on something that we presume may have had blood at one time. It could have even possibly been cleaned up. And if there was a presence of blood, it reacts with the hemoglobin, different chemicals, maybe with amino acids in the blood, and it fluoresces.
This rose gold iPhone X ending with the serial number of 1VPHF. Did it have
She doesn't
any
have facial
fluorescence or
expressions.
glow? The results were negative.
Botox doesn't allow those.
With regards to the DNA swabs that were collected, does the Neuromarkets Department do any in-house DNA?
Plastic, artificial
No.
flavors, ingredients,
One moment, sir, can I just borrow
stretched a little too tight,
Yes.
fake everywhere. Her medical
So I
records
wanna go
probably read
back
like a box of
to
Lucky
November
Charms. Artificial
28th,
flavors, artificial additives,
2019.
artificial ingredients, artificial
Were you
sweeteners.
present for a trajectory analysis?
I was.
In terms of the
No, I do not think I
your
did it.
role in that analysis, what did you do?
I just
I know what you mean.
assisted
They haven't
placing
explained the
the
evidence. They
trajectory
need
rods
to
as
tie some
well
of this
as
evidence in.
labeling the rods
This is the
to
very
show
beginning.
the path of the bullets.
With regards to determinations of things coming outside of the car, what were you trying to establish?
The outside of the car, we were trying to establish basically, an approximate height of the shooter, as well as if there was any angles or exactly how the bullets hit the gun.
Did you do a shooting reconstruction?
No.
Is there a difference between those two?
Yes.
Are you trained and able to do a shooting reconstruction?
I am not trained for it, and we do not have the equipment for that. Yes.
So going on to
Bama
later
Girl
on
dropping
in
the
this,
$5.
investigation, have you had a
What's up,
chance
Bama Girl
to
1955?
see that vehicle again
Thank you.
since that processing?
Yes.
And were you made aware that additional agencies assisted in investigating that vehicle?
I was, yes.
Other projectiles were recovered that were not from the New York Police Department. Were you aware of that?
I was, yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen during why the Miramar Police Department couldn't get those projectiles out of the car?
Yes, in certain situations like that, you may have to take the car apart, basically, and we just simply don't have the type of equipment that would be needed for that.
Sorry, well,
Other than what we've talked about so far, does that complete and describe your involvement in the investigation in this case?
Expression. It's a fucking koi fish. Sorry.
Thank you, Councilman. Any cross-examination this witness?
Yes, sir, I'd just like to clarify a few things. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
We are
Let me,
60 away from Doggo Can.
Start where you ended. Ms. Bradley alerted you to the fact that there were some projectiles that were recovered from the vehicle that you had not recovered during your processing of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And did you find them? And just when you processed the vehicle, you found them, but you weren't able to recover. Is that what we're to understand?
No, we collected everything we found.
Okay, so you didn't find it. It's not a situation where you
This is supposed to go a month.
The existence.
3 weeks for the prosecution, 1 for the
made note of
defense.
them, but were unable to recover. You just didn't find them.
We didn't find them. We documented all the holes, but we did not go into the metal or tear apart the seats looking for them. Yes.
Okay, but so you're saying the projectiles that you did not find were in holes, the existence of which you documented?
I'm assuming. I'm not positive about that.
Right. You don't even know that you found the hole that the projectiles were found. You can't say that.
No, I mean, they would obviously have to be in one of the holes, but I would not know which holes.
Right. You might have missed those perforations.
Her lips just do not close. Dang. But good for the defense here again. Saying, yeah, you've collected all of these projectiles, but you don't know which of these projectiles went through which hole in the car. Fair question. And she gives fish face. She gives koi face in return.
Altogether, is what you're saying.
I mean, it's possible. I don't know if that we did miss any, but it is possible.
So you can't really help to educate us.
She
on
has
how
to be.
thorough your
Solomon, her lips
processing
don't
was,
close.
because you don't even know where the projectiles came from that you did not find. Right? Okay. Because of course, if you saw a perforation in a part of the vehicle where a projectile obviously went into,
right,
but you didn't see an exit, you would assume it was still in there, right?
Yes, but they can ricochet around the vehicle as well. That doesn't always mean that's the exit.
Sorry, I might have misspoke. You would speculate that maybe it's still in there.
Yes.
And since your department lacked the ability to take the vehicle apart, you would have alerted your supervisor, prosecutor, VSO to the fact that there is a perforation.
She can't
that
close
we
her mouth.
observed, but we lack the ability and technology to fully investigate, and therefore, in order to make sure that there is a complete investigation, please look into that. You would have done it, right? If you saw it.
We just document what we see.
She doesn't need a cigarette. She
I'm not the
sounds
one
like she
that would be
smokes about
reporting
3
that to
packs a
anybody.
day.
So, yeah, we would just take photographs of what we see and place the rods in those areas.
Okay, so this would be kind of a not my job situation. I took a picture of a hole, something might be in there, but let somebody else figure out whether to go check them, right?
Yeah, I mean,
She just admitted it's somebody else's problem, but she's right.
That in
She's right. It's not her
various
job.
report,
She's right.
it indicates the sentence begins before it lists the items that you retrieved using a fresh set of latex gloves, right? That's because you use a fresh set of latex gloves for each particular item that you retrieve?
not necessarily. If the items that we're collecting
What?
are grouped together in a group, then that's usually the same set of gloves already touched.
Whoa. Okay, so she's just admitted to going all Dennis Fung here from the OJ trial. She's saying she doesn't. The last guy said yes. One piece of evidence, one pair of gloves. You change your gloves after each evidence. She's saying not necessarily. She doesn't necessarily change her gloves after every piece of evidence if they're all grouped together. Bad technique there. and I'm sure he's going to let us hear about it. Be on the lookout for cross-contamination.
Oh,
If I'm changing areas, then yes, I will change my gloves.
okay. So if you put on a set of latex gloves, let's take for example,
Sounds like
we
Morgan
saw a photograph that juxtaposed condoms with a Bible.
Okay.
Unholy matrimony, right? Okay. And you found in the same location. That's why you took them in the same photo.
Yes, sir.
And you were presuming, therefore, that the same person put the Bible in there and the condoms in there, or were you risking contaminating them by using the same gloves?
Here you go.
They were all already grouped together, touching. So if there was any contamination to be done, it would have already happened. They were all bound together in the same place.
Okay, so you're telling me that all of those items were touching each other?
Yeah, it was in the back seat pocket.
Why does that mean they were touching each other?
This is a good line of questioning. You're using one pair of gloves to collect a bunch of evidence. Why are you doing that? Oh, they were all grouped together. What do you mean grouped together? They're in the side pocket of the back seat there, so they're all touching. Well, just because they're back there doesn't mean they're touching. Just because they're, yeah, she's not looking good here.
They were all grouped together.
Okay,
In
so
the pocket.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They were all grouped together in the pocket when I pulled them out.
Okay, so you don't have a photograph depicting them as you observed them.
Tim Schultz, that's just downright mean.
Since they're all in the same pocket.
She looks like the aliens from
I
back
mean,
in
I
the
would
day.
assume there was a photograph.
No.
I don't know. I didn't take the photographs that day.
Okay, well, let's talk about.
If you don't know, just Google Mac and
Are
me
you
at
saying
some
that
point.
you only change gloves for individual
no.
items when they exist in a contained compartment such that they may all be touching each other?
No, if they're all touching each other, if they're in a group, like if you had a pile of bloody clothes, I'm not gonna change my gloves in between each item of clothing because they're sitting on top of each other. But if there was a pile here and a pile over there, then yes, I would change my gloves in between this pile and that pile.
Okay, so are you saying under oath that the only time that you do not change your latex gloves when you're retrieving items if you observe them physically touching each other? Is that what you're saying?
That's usually the policy, yes,
But that's
that I follow every time.
okay, because that. Sorry to belabor the point, but what I thought I heard you say is that if items are in the same area,
Right.
you may not necessarily change your gloves, right?
Yeah.
Right, yes, if they're found in the same area, grouped together.
Okay, that's what you meant to say, in the same area, grouped together such that they're touching.
That's what I thought I said, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, and that's
And
the
it
only
did
time
say that.
you didn't change your gloves in this case?
I mean, I don't really recall exactly. I follow the same procedures every time.
See, here's the deal. You just do what's right. If you change your gloves after every piece of evidence, like the last guy, like Ned Flanders did, then you don't have to go through this painful and brutal line of questioning. Just do your job right or don't do it at all.
Yes.
Or a skinny version of the aliens from Nuki. There's one I don't know about. Thank you, SquizGuard2322, the super chat.
I have here. Do you have your reports with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Could you reference the one that indicates the activity in which you're engaged on October the 26th of 2018?
Okay.
I think that's the one. Now, this refers to your retrieving latents, right? Not retrieving items.
Okay.
Am I right about that? I think I may have the wrong one.
From October 26th of the Jeep you're talking about? It's everything. The latents, the swabs, the collection of items.
Okay.
Very true.
And recovery of items as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and in every instance in your report where it says using a fresh pair of latex gloves would document each instance in which you did so, and that was the purpose of your making that notation. Is that correct?
I mean, I change them often in between. I may not know every single time I've changed them. We usually have a couple different pair on and I'll just take them off. I don't know. I just don't. I could change them 20 times throughout. I just don't notate
Or
every
none.
single time.
So basically, you don't give a crap
Same
about doing
happened
your
here?
job, is what
I
you're
don't,
saying.
I honestly don't recall what happened or how many times I changed my gloves. It was quite a while ago.
Let me ask you this. What's the point of making a notation of the fact that you used a fresh pair of latex gloves? What was your intention
Objection,
of making that notation?
Mr. Stain, objection. Answer the question.
Okay, well, you would agree with me that if you
Amy Holcomb was
changed your gloves on 20 occasions and made note of it 5 times, that would be a bit odd, right?
I don't
Now,
know.
I went
I
with
mean,
Donatella
we've
Versace,
always
but you're not
written our
too
reports
far
that
off.
way, so I don't know exactly what you're asking. Would it be odd that I listed it 5 times?
But changed it 20 times.
She's wearing a
I don't
skin
think
suit.
so.
Okay, maybe I used the wrong word. You would agree with me, it might be a little bit misleading.
No, I don't think so.
So you just thought to note it sometimes and sometimes you didn't.
I noted it in between each different job that I did. So it's noted before collection of items, it's noted before collecting DNA, and it's also noted before collecting fingerprints.
Okay, let me direct your attention to the second page of your report.
Sure.
Halfway down the page, it says, using a fresh pair of latex gloves, I collected the following items from the great chief.
Right.
Zephyr Hills water bottle.
Objection, Your Honor, provocation.
Okay. Did you recover a Zephyr Hills water bottle?
I did.
And did you do it using a fresh pair of latex gloves?
Yes, that was the first item I did.
Yes, I am, Solomon. I am
And then I
live.
think we saw in the photograph also a small Sutter Home white Zinfandel bottle. You
Yes.
collected that as well?
Yes.
Did you change your gloves between collecting those 2 items?
I don't honestly remember, but seeing how they were both in the passenger side door pocket, I'm not sure. It looks like they came from the same place.
Okay. And there was a small bottle of black bomb scent, bomb fragrance that you also retrieved,
Okay?
among other items, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were saying that you really can't attest that you changed your gloves on each occasion, right?
In between each area, I can tell you, yes, I did. But I can't tell you how many times, no.
Okay. But you would agree with me that if you don't change your gloves, there is a risk, however small, however great, of cross-contamination. You would agree with that?
Sure.
And that risk may have manifested in this case, you can't attest
Objection,
that.
speculation.
Stain.
You also
Prosecution's
received
quick with the
some
objections. Good
glass
for the
from car.
prosecution.
Yes, sir.
And I noticed that you use latex gloves then.
Yes.
And the purpose of using latex gloves as opposed to any other gloves is because presumably those gloves themselves are sterile, right?
All our books are sterile.
Okay. But when you were collecting the glass from the car,
Correct.
you put on latex gloves.
Yes.
I don't
And then
know.
you put
We're
on
about
gardening gloves.
$55 away
Hold
from
on.
Doug Ocam.
Yes.
And the gardening gloves were sterilized?
I don't remember honestly, but we weren't processing that for DNA.
Okay. So why'd you put the latex gloves on underneath?
So I wouldn't get caught by the glass.
I thought that's why you had the gardening gloves.
Oh, yes, that's why we had the gardening gloves on. I guess just out of habit.
Just have it.
Yeah.
Okay. Because if you wanted to make sure that was sterile, what you would have done was you would put the latex gloves on over the gardening gloves as opposed to the other way around, right?
If you wanted to make sure it was sterile, correct.
Okay, but you did not have an interest in maintaining the sterility of
I think so.
the item at that time. That was
No, we weren't testing it for DNA.
okay. And you were telling us, I think, that you tested a phone for the presence of blood.
Yes, sir.
Why would you do that?
I was requested.
See if there was blood on the phone. That's why we test it.
And you were saying you found blood on that?
No, I didn't.
There was no blood on it? Okay. When you conduct an investigation, right?
Yes.
Strike that. When you retrieve items in the course of processing a crime scene,
Yes, sir.
in this case a vehicle,
Okay.
you maintain their integrity for purposes of future testing.
Yes.
Of DNA, possibly,
Yes.
and fingerprints.
Yes.
And because life tends to leave a trail, right?
Yes.
So if I rub this.
Life tends to
desk,
leave a
I might
trail.
not
I like
left
that.
fingerprint because of the manner in which I'm touching it, but maybe I left DNA because of the oil in my hands, for example.
Possible, yes.
And so if you test that, you might find evidence that I touched it.
Correct.
And so when you do that processing, you do it in order to try and obtain evidence that someone may have touched an item, right?
Yes.
And particularly for fingerprints, smooth surfaces that are non-porous are particularly conducive to leaving fingerprints.
Yes, sir.
Such as a water bottle, right?
Yes.
A projectile,
It's a little harder, but yes.
a spent casing, maybe.
Sometimes, yes.
You've analyzed spent casings before,
Yes,
and you've retrieved fingerprints and DNA from them,
I have.
which informs you in the instances in which you have, and were able to identify that somebody, you were able to identify maybe who loaded a firearm.
I personally, I have gotten fingerprints off of casings, but never enough to identify somebody.
DNA.
Of a spent casing, I personally have not.
Okay. How long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this for 7 years.
Like, for example, a water bottle, you retrieve a water bottle or a bottle of iced tea that appears to have been consumed would be a particularly fertile item from which you might retrieve DNA.
DNA, yes,
Somebody was likely putting it to their lips.
exactly.
So when you do this kind of processing in an attempt to retrieve information, right? And after all the processing, no information is retrieved of value, then it's kind of a wash, right?
What do you mean?
You went, I'm sorry.
What do you mean it's a wash?
You went in looking to find information which may implicate or identify a certain person, but then when you find no information,
It's considered a no-hit.
it's a no-hit.
Yes.
Okay, so it's really a no-hit.
Yeah, she's considered a no-hit too.
And
not
you
hit
don't
that.
do the analyses for prints yourself, you send them off?
Yes, sir.
And the DNA as well?
Yes, sir.
So you may know the results, but you would be the right person to ask about that.
No.
Okay. Can I have a minute, John? Yes. Actually, sorry, before I go, there was a rental agreement that you retrieved?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same rental agreement that the gentleman with whom you were processing the car retrieved? There were two rental agreements, right?
I don't know. I'm sorry, do you mind if I look at my?
No, please do.
I just have that a 2-page rental agreement for Jameson Francois from Enterprise Rental for the Nissan RSPT.
It was a Nissan RSP. That's what you retrieved.
Yes, that's what I will say. And that I found it in the glove box, photo marker number 26.
Can I have a question? Yes.
Huh.
And gold teeth. That would be another pretty likely fertile DNA item. Something you stick in your mouth all the time.
Yes.
So that was preserved for DNA.
I'm assuming, I think that I did swap that at one point. But yes, it would have been preserved.
Okay. You don't need it, but you were telling us earlier that you photographed items that you retrieved and the partner with whom you conducted this processing investigation photographed the items that he retrieved?
He did the entire crime scene photos. The items that I collected, I photographed in the lab.
Okay, so in other words, he would have photographed everything, but you would have photographed just those that you retrieved.
Correct.
Okay, makes sense.
All right.
One moment, please.
He's done with his questioning here. Sounds like he's scraping the bottom of the question barrel.
Thank you.
There you go. I was right.
During rewrite examination, please.
Investigator Carroll, how many items
All
were
right. She has some
swapped
redirect. She can't just let it go.
in this case?
Oh, okay, what would you like me to try to count?
Please.
Okay, do you want just from the Jeep?
The
Or
entire, all the items in the process, swapped, everything else?
I would only have what I actually swapped. Okay.
Hmm.
I have 15 different items just from the Jeep. I have,
She likes to smile a lot. What a weird lawyer.
I have 5 additional items that were swabbed at a later date, but also items found in the Jeep.
Okay. So does the Broward Sheriff's Office process every single DNA swab that you collect?
No.
Why not?
Objection?
Suggestion?
I think that's beyond their scope of knowledge.
Sustained.
So Investigator Carroll, with regards to the DSO crime lab, did they conduct all of the DNA analysis for the Miramar Police Department?
They do the analysis, we were not allowed to submit all the swabs.
With regards to the gloves, do you change between every DNA swab that is collected as policy of the Miramar Police Department?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I just have one question.
Sure.
When you say you weren't allowed to submit the swabs,
That's a
is there
weird thing.
rule that permitted you from doing so for like economic reasons or something?
The lab only allows us to do 10 at a time. And then possibly we could have another round of 10. A lot of times we'll need permission from the DNA manager to even submit any more than 10 on a homicide.
DNA manager.
So if there are like maybe 30 relevant DNA swabs that you do, policy on a homicide case says you only are allowed to submit 10, 20 with permission, hardly ever more.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be we could do 10, then we'd have a second round of 10, then you'd be looking at permission. Recently, it's changed a bit, so it's usually up to the lab whether or not they're gonna allow us to submit anymore.
Thank you.
Anything else in this witness, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
She excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you very much. You may step down, Carol. You're excused.
Thank you so much.
And who's your next witness?
They're here, I just want to find my comfort room.
We take a short recess. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't pass on the chairs. Remember, the admonition, do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case. Registering no research. Thank you.
I believe that is it for the day. There's just a couple of motions and things here that they not motions. They talk about admissibility and stuff here.
They anticipated the last.
Yeah.
Beyond the next few weeks, and we strenuously object to this process being engaged in dereliction or in violation of the case law. Not a case. Many cases.
Yeah, I have to pull the case up that I found out of Supreme Court. I believe it was Rodriguez.
Hang on here.
Anticipated the last.
Go back a little bit and see what he's talking about.
Really?
What the fuck are you doing, you twit? What was that? Well, the jury's not there to see that. Looks like someone told him to knock that shit off. The way he just went, what? Yeah, so somebody told him to knock that shit off and is lecturing him now. The jury's not there, so as far as I know. Yeah, the jury's not there, so. That was just dumb.
Counsel, you're suggesting who is your next witness?
Leandra Phillips,
And what she testified to?
the identity of the deceased, Christopher Thomas.
All right, and
May I ask the relationship of Ms. Phillips?
Mother?
We would object on the grounds of that case.
all right, and counsel, the way I read the case earlier, it basically said it's not the preferred method because they're concerned. And I asked you whether you spoke to the witness and concerned about her getting emotional on the stand. You said you did, correct?
Yes, sir, we talked about that, and then what I can also do to alleviate that is have them authenticate the USB and the drive, but not publish it until after they are off the stand.
And counsel also indicated he was objecting not so much that he was concerned about her being emotional, just the effect it would have on the jury, is the way I understood. Is that correct, counsel?
That's correct, sir.
And so he was saying that there's other witnesses available who can testify that do basically the same thing. And my recollection at sidebar, you said that you didn't have other, and you put in the words, credible witnesses that would be able to identify the deceit. Is that correct?
That are non-law enforcement, that is correct.
And that we would respectfully suggest that suggests that these two decedents knew nobody in this world except their family, which is hard to believe, and that in itself is not credible contention. The state's been investigating this case for 4 years. This trial is anticipated to last beyond the next few weeks, and
Okay, they want to bring one of the family members in to identify the deceased two people. They want to bring a family member in to at least identify one of them. And the defense lawyer is objecting because she's going to get emotional and cry and do all that other stuff. So the prosecution is saying, well, we can show her we can use the USB drive. We can authenticate that. We can do everything. We can enter it after she leaves. But he made a good point. Bringing the family in would be prejudicial because somebody else can identify them. But the prosecution is saying there's nobody else on planet Earth that can come in here and say, yes, that was this person and that was that person. Well, you're charged with killing two people. So, why is that even necessary? You have to identify who the dead people are. He's been charged with killing these two specific people, so you have to submit evidence that the corpses are the actual two people he's accused of killing. So yeah, the prosecution's kind of in a bad situation here. I think the defense lawyer is absolutely correct. Anybody else? Get some of the guys from the recording studio. Get somebody else just to say these two guys. There's no other witness on planet Earth that can come in and testify to their identities. Is a bunch of crap. So good for the defense lawyer here. Keep the family off the stand.
Strenuously object to this process being engaged in dereliction or in violation of the case law. Not a case. Many cases.
Yeah, I have to pull a case up that I found out of Supreme Court. I believe it was Rodriguez. It's the case State v. Rodriguez. I could be wrong, but that's my recollection. But that also indicated as a general rule.
Well, no, because Abraham Lincoln has a death certificate too, but that doesn't mean that corpse in the hospital is Abraham Lincoln.
That could
You've got to have someone go, yes, that is the deceased guy. He's charged with murder.
Victim is dead. One of the elements of proof the state has. So I'll find that case again and just see exactly what it says. But that was my recollection. The second thing I thought this was resolved by you made a suggestion to stipulate to it, and so we tabled it. That was the understanding that I asked about having the stipulation. When would that be? And when would that happen? And you indicated that after I guess the luncheon recess or something that you had further conversation, and you were not inclined to enter the stipulation after discussing that with your client.
Yes, correct. Yes, that's correct. And here's the thing: I would think that if that the state would be for there to be a complete record, to be able to put on the record a good faith effort that it made to identify anybody on this planet that knows these two decedents other than their family, saying we spoke to two people and they declined or couldn't, wouldn't cut it. So I think the record would have to contain an itemization of their efforts before the court draws a conclusion that the only witnesses who would suffice are the ones that the case law discourages.
Yeah, American Dreamer. They didn't have a body in Zachariah's case. So here they do have the body, so they have to identify that this body is the same body that they're being charged with creating. But anyway, they just do some stipulation stuff here for the last little while. Not necessary to sit through it. So we'll end that. Now we're into today's trial. We're all caught up on super chats. We're about $55 away from Doggo Cam and the Cuck Cage and our like and subscribe poll. How are we doing there? We've got 714 people here as we get ready to start catching up on this morning's trial. Did you smash the like and subscribe button? So far, 9% of you have said, yep, know what I'm saying. 12% of you have said, of course, gang, gang. 12% also have said, always beyond a reasonable doubt. And 67% so far have said you smashed the like and subscribe button. Yes, part of my evil plans and stuff. So if you know, you know. All right, that's the like and subscribe poll. That's just a cute little reminder to hit the like button and subscribe. I would be super, super thrilled and honored to have your subscription. And if you have subscribed, as always, please make sure you're still subscribed. Currently, we're sitting at 36,717. We need 283 more to get to 37,000. If any of you 708 people watching have not subscribed, if I was wearing pants, I would get on my knees and and beg you to subscribe, because I would love to get to 37,000 by the end of this week. That's the goal. So please do me that favor of hitting the subscribe button if you haven't already done so. I would be deeply, deeply honored and indebted. All right, bringing up the today portion of the trial. Currently, let's see, we are we're only 15 minutes behind. Wow. Well, now we got to be more than 15 minutes. We'll figure it out when we get going. But we're not too far behind the live court stream right now. So, all righty. You need pants to kneel? No, well, I have to actually stand up before I can kneel down. So, anyway, well, I'm not like, you know what I mean. Didn't have time to put shorts on. Which is what I'm going to do when I stand up. I got to. Anyway, let's just move right along. There's no way to segue out of that. Today's day 3, where we are now beginning the morning session of day 3 of the rapper YNW Melly double murder trial. Here's the today stream. And we need to embiggen it. Hey, there's Sarah Boone up there. What's up, Sarah? Alrighty.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You state your full legal name for the record. Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
NESTORHERMIDA.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat.
Astor Hermida. Okay.
So the microphone in front of you will adjust up or down, but not back and forth. All right?
Thanks, Your Honor.
Counsel, may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell the members of the jury where you were employed back on October 26th of 2015?
I was the manager of Sunset Lakes Homeowner Association.
Okay, and what is that? Is that a residential or commercial property?
It was a residential property of 1,685.
Okay.
Resident
and where is that?
Evil.
Miramar Road.
Can you tell us the cross streets and the areas?
Basically, you go through 40th Street, and this gate called 186 Sunrise Avenue, and 40th.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to the 40th Street entrance specifically. During your employment with
Let's see how far behind we are.
the
We're only 30 minutes behind. That's cool.
Were you aware of the video surveillance camera system?
Yes.
And as property manager, do you have access to those cameras?
Yes.
And those cameras recorded the front entrance gate.
Let's go to 1.25 time, and we'll be caught up in no time
And
at
those
all.
cameras were actually stored within that security guard gate?
Yes.
How is that gate operated? Like, for instance, is there a live person? Is it automated?
A live person, 20%.
Okay, so, and a guard is essentially stationed at that gate. And how does one enter that development, specifically the 40th Street entrance?
Either by phone call to the residents or be on the list.
So essentially you have to be authorized to enter.
Yes.
And are there any requirements for identification or anything of the sort?
The driver's license will be scanned.
And is that whether or
And
not,
the registered tag will be also recorded.
okay? And so, for instance, if I want to visit that location and I'm entering the 40th Street, I need to have permission and an identification card.
Yes, that's what I'm making.
As far as the video surveillance system, is it common that it was overwritten or, re-recorded over after a certain period of time?
It does.
Do you recall the time frame? Your Honor, defense counsel, was the remark that states WW, permission to approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you might be the owner of the place where the studio
Can
is.
you
Who
take a
knows?
look at states WW for identification purposes only?
They're talking about
Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, have you had an opportunity
surveillance
to review
cameras.
it? And does it contain the video surveillance from the Isles of Sunset Lakes apartment, specifically the 40th Street guard gate?
Yes, it does.
And based on your experience and your time there,
I'm sorry.
Bueller. Bueller.
What page?
Bueller.
Can we approach?
Yeah, so yes.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
No problem.
All right, we get to skip through some stuff already. Volume down while we skip.
I think I was saying, have you had an opportunity to review the video surveillance on the flash drive?
Yes.
Does that fairly and accurately depict the Sunset Lakes guard gate, specifically the area covering that 40th Street entrance? Your Honor, at this time, the state uses evidence that was pre-marked, the state's WW as the state's next number of exhibit.
Is there any objection?
Right, Joe. I don't even wear socks in the winter.
And permission to publish?
I just can't sleep with anything on. It's just
States WW, Mark States
twisty and
47.
clingy and weird. Lorax goes full Lorax when he sleeps.
I'm sorry. Can you all see the screen? Why don't you have a seat up front here? How about that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right up the front
Oh,
row.
yeah, that's good.
Courtroom shenanigans and jokes. If the judge says anything remotely funny, you have to laugh. Okay. Nope, not just you, Joe. Okay, so this isn't the recording studio place. It's a gated community. It's kind of orange, I think, is what they said. There's a smoke detector. Sorry, I'm setting up the smoke detector.
Nothing further for this witness.
Welcome to Skype.
One question.
This is a time warp trial.
Did you tell in that video how many people were in that vehicle?
Nope.
That we just played?
So the driver.
So you don't know if there were 4 or 5 people in that car, correct? Thank you very much.
Yes, this is 1.25.
No, Your Honor.
This witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. You may step down. You're excused.
Well, that was a useless witness.
Mr. Bello, please.
People drove by. Couldn't tell how many there were. Thank you. Goodbye.
Fellow, welcome. Remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm your testimony you should give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
My name is George Bello.
Please spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
JORGEBELLO.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you.
Fellow, that microphone will adjust up and down, but not back and forth.
Okay, no problem.
Hello. That's his name. Hello, says the minion.
Mr. Commissioner?
Ready, you may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Bello. How are you today?
Good morning. Doing well. How about yourself?
Very well, thank you for asking. Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you work?
I'm the crime lab unit manager in the Fireman Tool Mark unit for the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab.
What does that mean?
Basically, it means that I examine known and unknown tool marks to determine whether or not they came from a common source. Along with, of course, as a manager, I manage and maintain the standard operating procedures as well as training for any new.
All right, here we go with the shell casing mark jump science manager guy.
Prior to being the manager for the in the Broward Sheriff's Office Crime Lab, where else did you work?
I was a criminalist in the Fireman Tool Mark unit for Miami Police Department Crime Lab.
And how long were you a criminalist at?
Approximately 7 years.
How long in total have you been working with firearms in this discipline?
So in this one, I've been for a total about 13 and a half years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what type of background and education you have?
I'm a Bachelor of Science in Marine Biology, which I received from Florida International University.
That's a BS degree.
And when did you graduate from Florida National University?
Good question. I think it was probably about 2009, 2010, somewhere around there.
July of 2009, sound correct?
Yeah.
Would that be reflected on your CV?
Oh my God, Law and Crime is already doing a guilty or not
Have
guilty.
you memorized every single training you've ever taken, date and time?
No, no, certainly not.
So if you could tell the ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa, time out here. 71% of Law and Crime is already saying not guilty. I think we have some Melly fans in the audience because who the fuck knows at this point? Come on, really? Law and Crime are dicks for putting that poll up anyway. And they haven't even explained the evidence they've put in. Oh my God, whatever. Just
after you graduated in 2009 with your Bachelor of Science in Marine Biology, what was the next steps you took in training and education specific to your current employment?
So training in the Fireman Tool Mark discipline primarily occurs at labs. That's usually on-the-job training. The main reason for that is universities are gun-free zones, and so it would be a very difficult task to try to get education in firearms on a university campus. So the training program is a 2-year training program. It's the same as the Broward Sheriff's Office. It revolves around a training manual, and that manual is comprised of several different modules that we have to complete. Some of the modules in that training manual include history of firearms design, modern firearms design, history of ammunition development, orientation, instrumentation, ethics, firearms comparisons, tool mark comparisons, distance determinations, serial number restoration, and many other modules. Learning throughout that program
2 weeks after
is
this
measured by giving technical presentations as well as writing technical papers. I also will take written examinations, oral exams, culminating eventually in a competency test to determine whether or not I can physically do work, and then a mock trial as well as testimony training. In addition to that in-house training, I also receive training outside the laboratory in order to fulfill my job duties. Some of the different trainings I received included training in factory tours and armorers courses. And factory tours are really important for firearms examiners because they allow us to see how the integral parts of the firearm are made. So those are the parts that leave individual and identifiable marks on casings and projectiles. So some of those parts that we can observe being made are the barrel, firing pins, extractors, ejectors, magazines, magazine lips. So we can see how all of those parts are manufactured at different manufacturers and see how the individual marks are imparted onto the tools themselves. And then the armorers courses work hand in hand with that in that they show us how all of those parts work together inside of an actual firearm. So during the armorers course, we'll strip down the firearm down to its screws and basic components and then reassemble it and do that several times. In that process, we can see how those parts work together to leave the marks on casings.
Bill, the former cheesehead, said pseudoscience at best.
Show us how the marks go from the manufacturer
I think it's
onto the
just
guns.
squarely
And then the
rooted in
armorers
junk
course show us how the guns leave the marks on the casings and projectiles.
That's a lot of information, so let's slow down and come back. Okay, so you talked about touring various gun manufacturers.
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you done that in the course of your employment as a firearms tool mark examiner?
I believe I've toured somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 to somewhere between 12 and 15 manufacturers.
Is this a visitor's tour or is this a hands-on technical evaluation?
No, it's a technical tour. Firearms manufacturers are very particular, so they don't let anybody.
They didn't say how would you vote now or whatever. The poll said how will the jury decide this case?
So typically the ones that are giving the tour are like chief of engineering or something like that, where they know how each of those
not clever and awesome like my poll
components are being made and where they're being made. And then because these factories are fairly large, and so when you're touring them, I don't necessarily need to see assembly. I don't necessarily need to see when they're manufacturing a slide. Those parts that don't make marks on cases of projectiles are really not important for us. And so they know, because we're in communication with them, the parts that we need to see manufactured and the information that we ask them, they have to be able to know what the answers are as well. So just somebody who's hired to operate a machine may not know some of the details that I'm going to ask. So it is a very specific tour.
So on the armorer's course, are those specific to each individual brand or make and model of firearm?
Yes, so specific to really the make and model of the firearm. So the armorer's courses, let's say like the Glock armorer's course, will teach you how to disassemble, reassemble Glock pistols. They also teach you how to fix Glock pistols. So that's kind of an added component for us. If we receive a firearm that is broken, we know how to put it back together because we've been to these armorer's courses. But they are specific. So if you take Smith & Wesson armorer's course, Smith & Wesson makes a lot of different firearms. They don't just make pistols, they make revolvers, they make rifles, and so they have revolver armorer's courses, they have pistol armorer's courses, they have
That's true, a little bit, but the poll on law and crime is how will they do it? How will they decide in the future when it's done? They're asking them to prophesy the outcome of this case.
Approximate numbers so you can remember the journey.
It's probably in the neighborhood of 10 to 15 armorer's courses.
On your daily, day-to-day job, how many times do you handle a firearm?
Every day. Pretty much every day I come into the office, I handle a firearm of some sort or another.
And is it one a day?
It can vary. So sometimes if a case has enough fired evidence, I may shoot one firearm for that particular case and then make comparisons. But if it's a day where I'm coming in and just test firing firearms, I might test fire anywhere between 75 and 100 in that particular day. So it kind of varies by the task that I'm performing any given day. So it'll be anywhere from 1 to, I'll say, 100.
In a single day for firearms?
Yes.
There's a lot of people that like my poll.
30 to 13 and a half years you've worked in firearms?
Yes, minus
only natural.
So approximately 11 and a half years of handling a firearm every day.
In terms of the services that you can provide and do at the lab, is there a service called a distance or range of fire determination?
Yes.
Is that something that you have had training and experience in?
Yes.
Could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your training that you have in range of fire or distance determination?
So the distance determination training is primarily in-house because it's comprised of several different parts of firearms examiner training. So in order to perform these determinations, typically we're going to need a firearm and some kind of fired evidence tying evidence to the firearm or tying the firearm to the scene. The reason for that is that distance determination, when chemically processed, is a destructive examination that can only be done one time. So if I process, say, a sweater or a shirt for distance determination, I can only do that one time. And so we want to make sure that when we're doing it with the firearm that was found at the scene, because if not, then we're applying so many variables that we can't account for when giving a distance. And so the training is really based off of the FBI gunpowder gunshot residue training course. And it's essentially a compilation of articles that we go through and read them. We practice making the chemicals that are required for making the test paper, the chemicals that are required for making all the spray solutions that we would use to chemically process the garments, as well as training in using infrared microscopy and different light microscopy to try to see gunpowder on different pattern of clothing. Once we've completed that training, it culminates, of course, in doing 10 practice exercises, and then eventually a competency test to make sure that we can arrive at a known answer that an instructor gave.
Okay, so Mr. Melly, to go back, you said that you can do chemical testing. You mentioned like a sweater.
Yes.
And you said it's
I
destructive.
didn't.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So the reaction that we're looking for when we do distance determination is a chromophoric reaction, so it's a color reaction. Burnt gunpowder reacts, or the nitrites in burnt gunpowder react to the chemicals that we're using to give an orange reaction. That reaction will only happen that one time. So if I process it again,
I was gonna
react
say,
again because those chemicals are no longer present.
and you can
So,
have my
can you do that
axe.
on a human body?
No, you cannot chemically process a human.
Jonathan Rhys Davies.
And how long has the Bioterrorist Office Lab been doing this process of the chemical determination of distance determination?
I believe it's been done since its induction. So I believe somewhere in the late 60s when they started doing it.
And specifically at the Broward Sheriff's Office, when did you guys onboard this procedure?
So we've been doing it, at least since I've been there, we've been able to do it. It did have a brief hiatus. When I was hired, the lab, the fire and tumor unit was shut down because all of its previous examiners had retired or left. And so we had to shut down for about a year. And then when we started doing examinations again, we started offering the full range of examinations.
And when you say you had to shut down for a year, why is that?
We didn't have anybody to actually do the work. So we could have received the evidence, but it would have sat around for that entire time frame because nobody could do the work.
You were there, why couldn't you do the work?
Well, I was hired afterwards. Yeah, so I was hired after the examiners had left. And anytime you hire somebody, even if they're trained from the laboratory, they have to be onboarded. So that onboarding process does include doing casework. So any casework that I was authorized to do before in Miami-Dade, I had to redo. So the quality assurance manager and the lab director gave me tests when I was onboarded, and I had to pass the test. So I had to come to the known conclusions that another examiner already knew the answer was. in order to be able to do the same examination at Broward Sheriff's Office.
Okay, so you were certified to do the examinations in Dade County.
Authorized. So I was authorized by Miami-Dade to do that at Miami-Dade County, yes.
And that authorization, how long does it last for?
Typically it's for my employment unless there's some kind of lapse. So if part of the authorization or part of the requirement for authorization is competency testing. And so if there's a lapse, proficiency testing. If there's a lapse in my proficiency testing and I don't complete casework in that particular field, then I wouldn't be authorized by the laboratory to do that work anymore.
Is there a difference between authorization and being certified in the field of firearms tool marks examiners?
Yes, so by definition, laboratories can authorize you to do work. They don't certify you to do work. A certification implies that there's a third party, right? Another body outside of your employer that's giving you some kind of standardized test. And so there is certification in distance determination, in firearms comparison analysis, and tool marks that's offered by the Association of Firearms.
Certification in junk science. Cool. I'll bet it's given by the junk science
experts,
manufacturing people.
To be challenging. And so when you pass that, you've passed a standard test that everyone who's certified in that field passed. Authorizations are subjective in that they're designed and implemented by individual laboratories. So that's saying, an authorization is saying you can do that test in that laboratory. So if you have an authorization, like I have an authorization for Broward Sheriff's Office, it doesn't mean that I can go to Chicago and do what I do in Chicago. If I'm certified, that means that I've met at least the base knowledge and practical knowledge to be able to do the examination as tested by an outside agency.
So, Mr. Bello, if you go and complete an armorer's course at 6 Hour, at 4 at Glock, are they certifying you that you are an expert in their firearms?
They're saying you're an armorer in their firearms. So once you complete an armorer's course, let's say for Glock, then they give you a certificate saying you're a Glock armorer. That certificate is typically valid for anywhere between 3 and 5 years, depending on the manufacturer. But once that time lapses, then Glock will no longer consider you an armorer for their firearm. And at that point, you'd have to go back and take another armorer's course for Glock to then be updated with all the information, get a new certificate, and then you would be a Glock armorer again.
Okay. And so, Mr. Bello, you talked about the Association of Firearms and Tool Marks Examiners.
Mm-hmm.
Are you certified by that organization?
I am.
How long have you been certified by that?
I believe I was first certified in 2015, so like 7 years, more or less, 7 years.
Has that been continual since 2015?
Yes,
Do you have to take continuing education to maintain that certification?
yes. So the original certification is a test. You take a written examination as well as a practical examination, and you have to pass. I believe the written examination you have to pass with an 80% score, and then the practical exam is essentially 100% because you can't give a wrong answer, and so you have to have 100% on the practical. And then to maintain that certification, you have to attend training or give training, so a combination thereof, and that is to a minimum of 100 hours every 5 years.
And so, do you teach in the area of firearms and tool marks?
I do. I give workshops, and I also train
He's a tool.
examiners or new examiners in the field of firearms tool examiners.
Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes,
How many times?
approximately, probably in the neighborhood of in the low 70s right now.
What jurisdictions have you testified in?
So I've testified in federal and state courts for Miami-Dade and the Broward counties.
And what specific areas of expertise have you opined on?
So I've been allowed to opine on firearms, firearm examination and comparison, tool mark examination and comparison, serial number restoration, and muzzle target distance determination.
And an offer defense and opportunity for whether expert qualifications? So, Mr. Bello, let's start and talk about what is the difference between ballistics and firearms?
So yeah, it's a commonly, I guess, misused phrase. I don't really work with what people would refer to as ballistics. So ballistics, as commonly used, is really speaking about external ballistics, and that's what happens to a projectile in flight. So from the time it leaves the barrel to the time it impacts a target. The area of ballistics that I do work in is internal ballistics and terminal ballistics. So in that area, that would be more synonymous with firearm examination, in that internal ballistics is what happens to a projectile and casing inside of a firearm, and then the terminal ballistics is what happens to that projectile after impacting an object.
So, terminal, like airport terminal?
What?
Terminal's final, so the final destination, final endpoint of the projectile.
Terminal like an airport? No, yeah. God damn it.
Explain what causes there to be in what is internal ballistics.
Sure, so like the mechanics of discharging?
Please.
So the mechanics of discharging a firearm.
Explain how you
there's
discharge.
A firing sequence that occurs. Typically that firing sequence involves loading the firearm, usually with a magazine and semi-automatic firearms. The firearm can then be, as a slide of the firearm, then be manually dropped. At that point, a live cartridge is going to be picked up from the magazine and inserted into the chamber of the firearm. Once the firearm is in that state, it's ready to fire. I mean, barring any manual safety or something that's preventing it from firing, the firearm is loaded and ready to be fired. So with most modern firearms, at that point, you can pull the trigger. The trigger will release the hammer or the striker, which will detonate the firing pin. Detonate the primer. The primer of a cartridge is what holds a small explosive that ignites the powder inside the cartridge. That powder then expands through combustion and pushes a projectile through the barrel, and then at the same time, it will push the cartridge case rearward into the firearm itself. That rearward force is what causes the firearm to cycle. So at that point, the casing will be extracted and ejected, typically to the right and rear of where someone will be standing who's discharging the firearm. And then the cycle at that point starts all over again. So the slide comes forward, picking up another live cartridge, and you can then pull the fire the handle.
Okay, lots of definitions, big words that are not necessarily common in everyday life, so let's go back a little bit. A live cartridge, what is that?
Live, like it's live?
Please, can you see it?
No,
Okay, so if you could explain what is
Oh my God, this again.
live
Every
cartridge.
trial has this exact same
Please
demo.
stand up.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a demonstrative exhibit. It's not in evidence.
It's not a live cartridge or anything. It's plastic.
And that's not a real bullet either.
So,
Still think it looks like a coffee, like
a
thermos.
live cartridge is essentially
Seriously,
what you
one
see.
thermos
So
that
it's
looks
a
like that.
Projectile or bullet, a cartridge case, the primer, and then inside is where the powder itself is housed. So if you can see at the bottom of the cartridge case, there's a hole. That's called the flash hole. So when the primer is struck by the firing pin, the force is what causes that powder to ignite.
Flashing holes
So
on the bottom.
Explosion
That's
inside
too
the primer
easy
is
of a
gonna come
joke. We don't
through
need to
that
talk
flash
about
hole
flashing
and
bottom
into the main
holes.
body of the cartridge case, igniting the powder. When that powder is lit,
Too easy.
projectile leaves the cartridge, entering the barrel of the firearm, and then the cartridge travels rearward and exits the firearm in a semi-automatic firearm. The marks that you see on now a fired projectile are the marks that can be imparted by rifling. So by the rifling in a barrel, those are the raised areas of the barrel that impart spin on a projectile. That's their whole purpose, is to actually impart spin on the projectile. The spin stabilizes the projectile in flight, so it makes it more accurate for the shooters. There's different types of rifling, but they all use some kind of mark or another on projectiles. The cartridge cases will receive several different marks. So the mark that's in the center is the firing pin impression. The marks that are around it, in this case, looks almost like a rectangle. That's the firing pin aperture impression. And then the parallel striations that you can see, that's from the breech face.
So therefore, the bullet came from this gun and the gun we didn't find and the defendant's guilty.
An extractor mark, which is this kind of scratches that you see there. And that's from, all of those parts are from the firing of this cartridge.
Okay, well, again, a lot of terms and things that people deal with on a regular basis. Let's start with, and help make sure it's clear and defined, what the parts of a firearm are.
Okay.
Are there different classes of firearms?
There are several different classes of firearms. So for handguns, the most common classes of firearms are revolvers and pistols, or semi-automatic pistols.
Can you tell the very good difference between what is a revolver and a semi-automatic?
So the main difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic firearm is that a revolver will have a set of chambers, and that's where these live cartridges are loaded. And then upon firing, the firearm will cycle itself, rotating that cylinder, but the cartridges do not eject. Right? The cartridges in a revolver have to be manually ejected. So they don't typically leave fire casings at a crime scene. Whereas semi-automatic firearms will automatically extract and eject fire casing every time that you pull the trigger.
So your main approach?
Right.
I have a demonstrative fake firearm. You can be so kind as to double check and make sure I'm not.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, just remember with the demonstratives, they're not noted. They're to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating his testimony.
So you don't get confused with terminal velocity, terminal movement, and airport terminals. It's just to demonstrate the difference between those things.
Is that item that you have in front of you a replica or plastic firearm?
Yes.
Does it shoot any projectiles?
No, it doesn't have a barrel or any. You can see the barrel itself is plugged, so there's nothing that could possibly come out of this fire.
Does it have a trigger that can be pulled?
No, it does not.
No. Does it have a slide or a magazine that can be moved?
It has a magazine that can be extracted, but the slide cannot be moved. The hammer cannot be cocked. So there's no, in this particular design, the only moving part is the magazine release, which ejects the plastic magazine.
Okay, so can you now use that, and if I can have the witness step down so we can put it on the screen to make it easier for jurors to see? Mr. Bell, if you would be so kind.
Pew pew. finally, we have a demonstrative
And so
gun
we
and
have
not the
the green
actual
screen there to
weapon.
the right.
Well, they can't be the actual
Now,
weapon because they
slowly,
didn't find the weapon.
in terms of describing the areas on a
It's a
typical
girl gun.
semi-automatic firearm.
Sure. So
It's a
in
prize
this particular design semi-automatic firearm, the area that you pull to fire is the trigger. That's this plastic area right here. This particular firearm has a manual safety. That's this device here. It's ambidextrous, so it should have its equal partner here. So what that means is that whether you're
How
left-handed
the
or
shit do
right-handed,
you know
can shoot
what
either
kind
way
of
and
weapon
activate the safety,
fired
deactivate
that
the safety.
40 caliber round?
On this side of the firearm, you can see that there's a slide catch. That's what this part of the
What
firearm
does the
is.
slide catch do?
It catches the slide. In firearms, you'll notice that our terminology is very self-explanatory. We like to keep it simple. And so this part here is the slide. That's the part that will travel rearward and extract a casing from this area here. That is the chamber. And on its rearward travel, it'll pick up a casing from that chamber, extracting and ejecting it. When it's empty, there's a spring inside the magazine that pushes the slide up automatically, and it'll catch the slide. That just lets the the person who's shooting know the firearm is empty. You can insert another magazine and start to shoot again. And then this portion here is the barrel. In this case, it's an exposed barrel. Not every firearm has an exposed barrel, so sometimes the slide
Don't
covers this
expose
area
your
as well.
barrel in court.
And then this is the muzzle end of the barrel. So this is the portion of the barrel where the projectile itself travels out of. And I guess just to clarify also, the projectile is not the only thing that comes out of the barrel of a firearm. There are byproducts of discharge. And so,
We'll get back to that in
Yep.
a second. So can you demonstrate and show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about how you would insert a standard magazine using that demonstrative?
sure. So in this particular firearm, you would just insert the magazine with the feed ramp of the magazine facing that direction. You just
Someone
insert it
show us
into
how
the
you
well
insert the
until
exposed
it clicks
barrel
in
into
place.
His
And at
fingers
that
are
point,
fucking filthy.
The magazine will sit flush
hell is
with the
that?
bottom of the firearm.
I hope it's just the
and
lighting,
magazine
because those
is
fingers
inserted
just look
in
downright
regular
grubby.
function. At this point,
No, it's just the lighting.
typically the slide is to the rear of the firearm, and you would pull it back, and that would automatically release it to move forward and pick up a live cartridge and be in battery, which essentially just means that it's loaded and ready to fire.
Okay, so you discussed rifling.
Yes.
Where on this gun does the rifling come from?
So the rifling is from the barrel, so it's from this portion here. The chamber of this firearm ends right around here, and so from that portion forward is where the rifling will be present on the barrel of the firearm.
And explain what is
Oh,
rifling.
finally have a
So
super
rifling
chat
are
from
raised portions
Wolfram, a
of,
3D printed
inside of the barrel,
firearm.
which
The
are designed
ATF
to
will be
impart
busting down the
spin
doors in 3,
to
2.
the projectile, stabilizing the
There's no
projectile in
dogs to
flight,
shoot. They're busy.
and making the firearm itself more accurate.
Are those markings, the high and low points, standard in different firearms?
Yes, so there are characteristics that manufacturers will place on firearms. One of them is the width
Marv White,
and
$5. I
number
would have
and
voted
direction of
gang
twist.
gang
So,
had it been spelled
the
properly.
width of line impression, so how wide each of those marks is
Thanks,
inside the
Marv.
barrel is standardized, as well as the number. So whether it's 6 or 5, 3 or whatever that number might be, and the direction they twist the projectile in. So whether they twist right or left are all purposely put in by the manufacturer.
Do different manufacturers have trademarked or patented rifling patterns?
They do. So, like Glock has kind of Glock and Smith & Wesson are famously involved for, I guess Smith & Wesson tried to make a replica of what Glock has years ago, and Glock sued them, and they won the lawsuit. So Smith & Wesson had to immediately stop manufacturing the firearm the way they were manufacturing it. And it really came down to some of those class characteristics that we were talking about. So the marks that were inside the firearm, not really how it looks. So the firearm still looks
I'm
the same
waiting
as the
for you
Glock,
to tell me how
but the
this
inside
is
markings
a-
are different than
how
Glock,
they
and
know
we
this
had to
was a
make them
Glock.
different because of the lawsuit.
So with regard, you said class characteristics,
Mhm.
that's the type of firearm. How would you say that's different from individual characteristics of a specific firearm?
So class characteristics are those characteristics that are put in place by the firearm manufacturer on purpose. They know they're putting them in there. They chose to put them in there. So that's the caliber, the shape of the firing pin, the shape of the firing pin aperture, the number of lanes and grooves in a barrel, the direction of the twist. Those are all on purpose. They decided those numbers, and that's what they are making them all with. So every Taurus pistol, which is basically a replica of, is a Taurus PT92. So every Taurus pistol will have 6 lane impressions. They all twist to the right. They all have a hemispherical firing pin. They all have a circular firing pin aperture. Now, the individual marks are the marks that the tooling puts in incidental to manufacture. So basically, they're accidental marks. Manufacturer doesn't know they're being imparted. They don't mean for them to be imparted. They just happen by the mechanical action of making the parts. So the cutting tools or the forming tools that are used to make the barrel, to make the
They don't
slide,
have the
to make
murder weapon.
aperture, all
This
these
is
marks,
just demonstrating
which
the
are
parts of
microscopic
a
in
gun
nature
and how
on
they
these different
work.
parts.
It's a
And
demonstrative.
so before I have you resume your seat, could you show where would the ejector marks be made on this particular?
So I can't open the firearm, and that's where the ejector would be. But if looking at it from this angle, the extractor is on this side of the firearm. It's a hook that's put in place right here in the slide. And then the ejector is on the opposite side. So if you could think of opposing forces, the hook has to grab the casing and pull it out. The ejector has to push the casing from the opposite side of the extractor and push it out of the firearm. So the ejector is typically placed in here, attached
And
to
she's
the
playing
slide
around
itself,
on her damn phone.
or
I hope
attached to
she's
the frame
doing
of the
legal work
firearm,
on her
but
phone and
protruding
not
through the
just
slide.
chatting.
And so Ms. Brown, could you be so kind as to resume your seat?
Can we take the phone back?
You can, yes, that would be good.
They've set this for
Okay,
4
so
weeks.
still a little definition
3 weeks
that
for
I
prosecution,
talk
1 week
about
for defense.
Lands, Lands. What is a land?
So a land inside of the barrel of a firearm is the raised area. So that's the actual area that's left inside of the firearm that impacts the projectiles. So that's the area that's going to leave those scratches I showed you earlier. The opposing areas are the grooves. So in cutting methods, the grooves are the raised areas on the projectile, and they're the lower areas on the firearm. So these are the areas that typically are cut away by another tool inside of the barrel. Usually when we're looking at projectiles, examiners look at the land impressed areas, not as much the groove impressed areas, only because we have found some repetition in the groove areas from different manufacturing methods. And so in order to avoid any possible confusion as to whether or not it came from a particular firearm, we look at areas we know are individual, which are the land impressed areas.
They're not saying that was a gun again. They're just showing the parts of a gun and explaining how it works.
Correct.
Is there any lands and grooves on these?
That was a
pieces?
Taurus replica.
No, there are no lands and grooves on cases.
Is there a database or some sort of literature that tells you which manufacturers use 7 lands or which use 3?
Yes, so the FBI years ago compiled a database that they call the gun reference database. And so basically that database has a list of manufacturers and what their specific numbers would be as far as direction of twist, number of landing grooves, and the width of the landing groove. And so with the width, whenever we try to use that database, we try to add a little bit more to the width of the land impressions that we're measuring, only so that it becomes a more comprehensive list than a more restricted list. So if we're going to make an error, we want to make sure we're
It was
more
a Taurus
inclusive
replica,
in this error
apparently.
than exclusive.
So you also talked about firing pins.
Mhm.
Is there just one type of firing pin?
No, there are several different types and shapes of firing pins. So your typical firing pins that you're going to observe in firearms are hemispherical. I'd say that's the majority of them that we're going to see. Hemispherical just means kind of rounded in nature as far as the tip of the firing pin. But they also have firing pins that are elliptical in shape. A lot of examiners call them Glock shape because Glock was one of the first manufacturers to use this elliptical shape of the firing pin. There's also rectangular firing pins, although not super common, or certainly they were more common in the
Because
80s
it
and 90s than
sounds
they are today.
scientific.
But they still are some manufacturers that use rectangular or square firing pins. And then you have rimfire firing pins, which can be square, rectangular, or circular as well. And so there are different categories of firing pins, absolutely.
When you talk about the firing pin, is the front of it flat or is there a difference in the geometry of the front of the firing pin?
So the tip of the firing pin, which is typically what we're going to be examining, are different geometries. So that's that shape that I was referencing. It can either be hemispherical, which has that almost like, if you think about a globe, it has that rounded shape to it.
Solid fire.
That's essentially the type of shape that we're looking at in a hemispherical firing pin. Elliptical is an ellipse, so it's an area where the very tip is pointed, but the edges of that are like an ellipse, so it's more oval in shape. Square firing pins are square, and then there are also cylindrical.
He's
firing pins,
explaining
which is,
all the differences. So
cross
eventually
between
they're
some
going to
of
look
them.
at
So
the
it's circular in shape, but the very
projectiles
tip is cut off,
and
so
he's
it's
going to
flat.
say because of
So
the
it depends on
markings
shape of
on
the firing
this,
pin, there
because
are
of the
different
way
geometries to the firing pin.
number of rifle
And
marks,
would that be a
the
class or
type of
individual
rifle
characteristic?
marks, etc.,
The overall shape is a
firing
class characteristic,
pin
so that's something the manufacturer
compressions. It was a
decides
Glock
before
firearm,
they even
is
start
what he's going to say.
What about other individual characteristics as to firing pins?
Yes, there are individual characteristics observed in firing pins. Those are going to depend on the manufacturing method. So there are firing pins which are manufactured using a MIM process. That's a metal injection molding process. And those firing pins have
I've got your
individual
nail
characteristics
injection
from,
molding right
the
here.
expansion and cooling of the metal. So metal will expand when it's heated, and then when it cools, it shrinks back down. And in that process of expanding and shrinking, there are air bubbles that are formed inside of the metal itself. those air bubbles can reach the surface of the tip of the firing pin, but when and where they reach, it's random. So the manufacturer can't really control that part. And then manufacturers, after those processes, or after the initial manufacturing process, then take those parts and polish them. And so the polishing also adds on some individual characteristics that can be observed in firing pins.
What about wear and tear and use of the firearm?
Sure. So if you're using the firearm over time, the metal in the firing pins, depending on how it was made, can become very brittle. And sometimes they can fracture, sometimes they can break, sometimes the whole tip of the firing pin will fall off, making the firearm inoperable. So depending on how much wear and tear, it can certainly cause additional individual characteristics to appear.
Is there a level of maintenance that you have to do on a firearm?
What have I done now?
Yes.
What would that be?
So depending on the different manufacturer, they're going to recommend a few different oiling points. But cleaning and oiling a firearm after every time it's fired is recommended by every manufacturer. And so the minimum that they recommend to do is to field strip the firearm, which means to take off the slide and the barrel, and then grease the
my barrel,
so that it can travel
Grease
smoothly.
my barrel.
And then also to grease the ramps that feed the cartridge into the chamber, which is part of the barrels themselves. So there are greasy points within the firearm that every manufacturer is going to recommend. They also recommend to clean the firearm, specifically the barrel of the firearm, after each time it's fired, because every time you discharge a firearm,
what's up, Ron
there's powder, there's primer residues, and there's lead
Tiny
from
Tim.
the actual discharge that can
What's up,
accumulate
Tiny Tim?
inside of that muzzle or inside of the barrel of the firearm itself. So if you don't clean that out, what can happen over time is that buildup inside of the firearm will actually fill in the recessed areas of the barrel, and so it loses its rifling, or the rifling becomes so shallow that the accuracy of the firearm can be impacted as well.
You also mentioned that something you can look for are breech face marks. And so again, it's clear, are breech face marks ever on the projectile or bullet that goes up the front of the gun?
No, so breech face marks are only found on fired cartridges.
And may I approach to use your demonstrative on the screen so we can do that?
Driving a wrestling blast.
And so the screen in front of you is a touch screen.
It was a treasure, a weird treasure,
So could
but
you show on here so
apparently
everybody
he
can
got
see
his
which
next
are the
job as a
breech
court
face
reporter in the
marks?
afterlife.
So the breech face marks, so they extend from here, it's this entire area, and then you see some of those lines continue onto these, so that's what these stretches are, and then this area out here as well.
Okay, and what are the breech face markings caused by?
So that's actually caused by the area of the slide that the cartridge case is impacting against.
And is that an individual characteristic of the firearm or a class characteristic?
So with breech face marks, you have a combination of both. The class characteristic is the overall design. And what I mean by design is, in this case, you have lines that run parallel to each other. That parallel marking is a class characteristic. And it's a characteristic of the tool that they use in order to cut that shape. In this case, it's a broach. So it's a cutting tool that they run down the face of the breech face, and it leaves these parallel lines. What's individual is the spacing between one and the other, as well as when one starts and finishes, and when and how they're oriented with each other. So those are the individual aspects of those marks. So you have a combination of both in breech face marks.
And so it's clear for ladies and gentlemen of the jury when you're looking here, which is the firing pin in question.
So the firing pin impression
About 43 doggo
So
dollars.
in this particular case, it looks like a circular mark. What would be more characteristic is if this was more oblong, kind of like that. That would be characteristic of a Glock. But in this particular case, it's this circular or hemispherical shape in the middle of the primer.
And then the kind of little underneath, the little
Yeah,
hole
so
almost looking.
this little divot here is firing pin drag. So in short recoil operated firearms, which essentially just means that the firearm itself is operating using the force of the recoil. There is a locking mechanism, and different manufacturers have different locking mechanisms, but in this particular case, it's basically a cam. So before the firearm will travel, or the slide of the firearm will travel rearward, it has to cam down. When it cams down, it leaves this impression of scratches, which is from the movement of the firing pin itself, dropping down and hitting the primer during that unlocking process.
And you also mentioned extractor marks. Is that demonstrated on this area here?
Yes, so the extractor marks are here, and more often than not, they're not found really in this area. They just, in the manufacturer of this particular model, place them here so that we can show them more visibly. But typically, the extractors are going to be located on the side of the rim and underneath the rim. So this is more typical of the area for an extractor mark that we'd be looking for. The design of it in the firearm is essentially a hook. So it's made to catch that lip of the cartridge and then pull it out of the chamber. So usually they're not observed in the face of the on the head stamp of the cartridge, usually observed under the rim.
So, and then you also mentioned the ejector.
And that's this little triangular shape there. And that can vary. They're not all triangular in shape. They can be a circular in shape. They can be a half moon. They can be like a semicolon. So there's different shapes that
Be a Sailor Moon.
will impart on their ejectors. The overall shape is a class characteristic. The presence or absence can be a class characteristic as well, because some firearms don't have an ejector. Some of them use the firing pin as an ejector. But there are individual marks that can be observed microscopically within the overall shape.
Speaking of microscopically, how are you looking at a projectile when it's submitted to you for analysis?
So we use a forensic comparison microscope, and all that really is two microscopes that are mounted together so that I can use one setup or one eyepiece to see both images. And that allows me to overlap the images and try to make them one, right? So if I'm looking at two different images or two different patterns, and I'm trying to see whether or not they're similar or dissimilar, if I can overlap them and then move the images back and forth.
Nobody's listening to you anymore, dude. Wrap it up.
Those images. And so that's essentially how a forensic comparison microscope works.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states double X for identification purposes only. Do you recognize this USB?
Yes,
Did you have the opportunity to review the contents of it before you came to court today?
I did.
Did you recognize the 3 photos on that USB?
Yes,
Did they fairly and accurately depict some of the examinations you did in this case?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request that states XX in and publish to the jury.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States XX will be marked states 48.
So without going into the actual evidence in this case right now, can you show the, ladies and gentlemen, what you mean by the split?
Oh my God.
Right, so if you look at the image that's here, this is basically the image that I captured on a comparison microscope. And you see the
Again, this is not the casing in this case. This is just a representative case. So he can explain what he's going to tell us later.
And the difference that you observe is this line here. So that line is referred to as a hairline. You can adjust the width of that hairline, so you can make it thicker, you can make it narrower. And the whole purpose of that line is so that you can split both images. By splitting both images, what it's doing is it's letting me actually see at this center point if there's any kind of continuity of the marks. And you can see in the image, you have continuity of the marks, essentially starting here and ending right around there. And that's what we're looking for, is for these marks to be continuous. And when we take a photograph, obviously it's a 2D or two-dimensional representation of what we're seeing, captured at that moment in time. So what I can't capture is looking at this and then rotating to the next line impression and looking for agreement in that line impression, and then rotating to the next line impression, looking for agreement in that line impression. And so that repetitive agreement in the line impressions is what can allow an examiner to make a conclusion of identification or exclusion.
Okay, so you talked a little bit
Okay,
about
she says,
rotating.
pretending to be
How
interested.
do you go about lining them up to begin with?
Oh, the dogs are right
Yeah, so,
here.
the typical orientation that you're going to use is for a right-hand twist
Just
projectile.
hanging around.
You orient it with
Under my
the
feet.
nose of the projectile facing right, so you can illuminate all of the lights on comparison microscopes come from the rear. And so we try to use oblique lighting, which is lighting that's almost perpendicular to the surface, so that we can get the best representation of what we're looking at. So because what we're looking at is essentially raised and lowered areas, if I were to light it from directly above, you'd have a really hard time seeing any of the lines that are there. So I need to create a shadow, if you will, from behind the projectile so that I can actually observe the scratches that are on the surface of the projectile. And you have to use kind of standardized orientation, because if I were to take this projectile and line it up this way, then the shadows that I'm observing won't be the same. They'll be opposed, so they'll be opposites. So the actual spacing between the lines on one side and the other would be off. Even though they're the same projectile, I can look at it the same if I orient it correctly. When I change the orientation, then I can make them appear as if they're not the same.
Okay, so Mr. Bell, I want to follow up as well on that. How do you keep and maintain the evidence that's submitted to you separate and distinct from one another?
So when the evidence is submitted, my initial or the initial parts of the examination really don't involve any comparison. It's really just a matter of describing the evidence I'm receiving, which includes describing some of those class characteristics on fire casings, because manufacturers do impart that information on casings. So whether they're 40 or whether they're 9mm, or whatever the caliber might be, is typically imparted right on the body of the cartridge case. And so you can read that information And so whatever the manufacturer is and the caliber are listed as part of the descriptor of that item. And then the items each, as I'm describing them, are assigned an individual and unique exhibit number by our information management system.
Okay. You just talked about caliber. I don't think we've defined that yet for our ladies and gentlemen of the jury. What is the caliber of a cartridge?
So for firearms examiners, caliber has two different definitions. The primary definition of caliber is actually referring to the diameter of the base of a bullet. And so that's where the actual word caliber comes from, is really just a measurement of the diameter of the base. However, that has to correspond to the cartridge case, because the diameter of this base has to be able to fit into the mouth of the cartridge case. So when they do translate that, the manufacturers will stamp a caliber on the head stamp area of the cartridge. And so the caliber for the cartridge means that the specific designation that the manufacturer put on it, which will hold the caliber projectile. So it's a designation that the manufacturer gives the live cartridge as far as the caliber is concerned.
And how does a caliber translate over to a firearm?
Riveting testimony
So
here.
firearms are typically designed to fire a particular caliber. Some firearms have interchangeability. So I think the most common interchangeability is that a 38 special cartridge can be shot in a 357 Magnum caliber firearm. We also have several different ones in rifles and whatnot. But if this cartridge is a 9mm and you have a 40 Smith & Wesson caliber firearm, then this cartridge was not designed to be fired in that firearm, and vice versa. That firearm was not designed to fire a 9mm. So firearms are designed to fire a particular caliber. Kind of regardless as to the interchangeability of calibers, they're designed by the manufacturer to fire a particular caliber.
With regards to, you said the 357 and the 38 special and kind of use of those, is there characteristics and things that you would give them to tell if the wrong size caliber projectile was put through with wrong a different size caliber firearm?
Depending on the actual calibers involved, yes. So like a 357 and a 38, the reason they're interchangeable is because the bullet itself and the cartridge case itself are actually very, very similar. And the way that those firearms are manufactured, they're rimmed firearms, and so they don't chamber based on the cartridge itself, they chamber based on the rim. And so as long as you have a rim that's the same size, you can load.
Now he's talking about rimming, great.
Any projectile is the same size, you can load anything into that firearm and it will shoot. When it comes to semi-automatic firearms, so that's really, that caliber is mainly a revolver caliber.
Okay.
So when it comes to semi-automatic firearms, the function is much more complex than a revolver in design. And so most semi-automatic firearms will chamber based on the front of the cartridge. So this little space that's between the projectile itself and the cartridge is where the firearm will catch the cartridge and not let it keep going into the barrel itself. And so if there's any difference, so if this cartridge is too narrow for the firearm, it can slip through and fall right out of the barrel. If it's wide enough that it can catch that lip and not fall in, but not wide enough so that the whole chamber is supporting the cartridge itself, when it fires, what will happen is the body of the cartridge will actually expand to fill any space that was remaining inside that chamber. So when we get that cartridge into the laboratory, it won't be a smoothly kind of rounded cartridge. It'll have an oblong side to it. And that's indicative that it was fired in what we call subcaliber. So it's a smaller caliber fired in a larger caliber firearm. And the same thing happens to projectile, because if the projectile is not snugly fit into the barrel, it'll dance moving down the barrel itself. And so these rifling impressions that are fairly consistent throughout the length of the projectile won't be consistent at all. You'll have those skipping marks, and the rotation of it will also be inconsistent with the rifling. So you can have rifling patterns that overlap. And those characteristics would indicate that it was fired in a smaller caliber.
What you gonna do when you play with danger?
The reverse.
Sometimes love's a loaded gun, and it shoots to kill.
Let's say 45. You can't shoot a 45 and a 40. You can't shoot a 40 and a 9 because they don't fit at all.
Someday they'll put me in a squad car.
Into a larger
Someday they'll throw away the key.
So in terms of you have a projectile and you have a casing.
Wait, no, I'll
Can you ever marry those two together?
So there are rare chances where that can happen. Typically, it's from firearms that don't mark very well. So what ends up happening is that when the projectile exits the cartridge, it'll actually pick up marks from the inside of the cartridge itself. And so there are times where you can marry the marks from the inside of this cartridge to a projectile. However, it's very rare because once the projectile travels through the barrel, it picks up marks from the barrel. So the marks that were left on it by the cartridge case are essentially erased by the barrel itself. So it's very difficult and very rare that we're able to actually examine projectiles and compare them to a cartridge case. The more common occurrence is that you have a firearm submitted which I can then use to produce known test fires and shoot one live cartridge, which will give me a projectile and a cartridge, and then I can compare those pieces of evidence or pieces of known evidence to my unknowns and say they were fired in the same firearm at that point. But in the absence of a firearm, that's not an examination that can typically be done.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what is NIBIN. What does that stand for?
So NIBIN is a National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. Essentially what it is, it's a computer database that examiners can use to capture images of spent cartridge cases. So essentially we're just capturing
a little bit sleepy. He said you would think that talking about rimming and emptying loads would be interesting, but alas, well, not to mention exposed barrels
of what the images are that are required.
Greasing up your pole, things like that. You know.
It'll run an algorithm based on the shadows observed, so the lights and the dark areas on the images, and essentially sends back a list of cartridge cases that are ranked the highest as having possibly been fired in the same firearm. That doesn't mean they were, right? So every time we run a search in NIBIN, we get results back.
Yes, that is from the album Hey Stupid.
Fired in the same
song is
firearm
Loves a
is up
Loaded
to the
Gun.
examiner to determine. So there is a correlation score that it gives, which is the number that's based on these algorithms of agreement. Now, that score is really just based on the search that's run.
Alice Cooper
So
Fun
the
Pop
scores
thing
down
yesterday
those
came in the
if it's a
mail.
9, I know
Got
for
her
sure that it
Funko
was fired in the same
Alice
firearm,
Cooper
or if it's
top
a
hat
4,
for
I
you.
know it wasn't. There's really
Welcome
not
to
that
my
kind of cutoff
nightmare
because it's based on the results of the list. So we have to look at the results every time we do a search in NIBIN. And we're looking for those same characteristics. So we're trying to do the same exact thing we do on the microscope. We try to do it using NIBIN to determine whether or not those images have enough agreement to say that they were fired in the same firearm. And then if they were, then we would report out a lead. And a lead essentially is just investigative information for detectives to say, hey, look, these cases are potentially associated. If you're going to do any further investigation,
Jesus.
We'll compare the fired evidence in the case on the microscope and confirm whether or not this association was a valid association.
Would you ever testify to a NIBIN match?
So typically, that's not something that we testify to. Anything we're testifying to is something that we have physically compared on the microscope.
Why is it important to physically compare them on the microscope or in front of you?
So the main reason we would do that is to actually have the evidence in front of us. The NIBIN computer database is based on images that were acquired by people, and all of us are flawed people, and we all make mistakes. And in order to curtail those mistakes, we have these safety checks in place. NIBIN doesn't have those safety checks, and so an outside agency may have acquired this image saying it was involved in this particular case, but then when I ask for the evidence back, it's a different image. So that kind of examiner error doesn't usually have a way to be caught, or can have a way to kind of get slipped through the systems, depending on the laboratory. And so per our own operating procedures and most laboratories' procedures, we cannot testify to somebody else's work. Right? So I cannot say who put in this other information, that the information they put in is accurate. And so in order to
And
say,
a little bit sleepy is our
I need
new
to have the physical evidence in front of me so that I can see the images and I can actually see the evidence on the microscope and know for a fact
moved us just
this exhibit came from this cartridge case at shared custody, and I can verify that they are or were not fired in the same firearm.
In terms of the projectiles, are they ever put into NIBIN?
So most laboratories don't have a system to
Thank you
capture
so much for the
projectiles into
super
the
chat, a
database.
little bit
There are a
sleepy.
handful of laboratories that do. Really, the ATF is the one that kind of has guidance and maintenance over NIBIN. And so what they recommend laboratories to use is the brass tracks, or the portion of the database that will capture images of casings. Their primary reason for that
Hey,
is
Law
that
Talk
even
with
casings, so every time I
chat.
take a
What's
picture of
up,
these cartridge
brother?
cases,
Good
it
to
takes
see you here.
about 12 minutes. So that means that for every case that I'm
Welcome to
putting
this
in,
guy who's been
I'm using 12 minutes
explaining
of
how
time.
a bullet
If I were to
works
capture
now for
projectiles, even if
the
it's a perfect
last
projectile, something like this, where it's an exemplar.
30 minutes.
It's going to take me about 12 minutes per land impression. So it might take me 45 minutes or an hour to capture one projectile. And so what they found was that even though it's a tool that's out there, the cost of the tool and the time to use that tool isn't worth the difference that you're going to get from capturing casings. Because most cases have casings that are left at a crime scene and projectiles. So the case where you have just projectiles from the scene, it's not very common.
So going on to the projectiles, talking about those, do they have a specific composition or things that they're made of?
So different manufacturers for cartridge cases and for light ammunition will use different projectiles. So projectiles can be made for
The
different
actual number
functions,
atheist
and they can be made
is
out of different materials.
$29.47.
So the reason that this model is copper color is because most jacketing is copper. So that's the most common material that you're going to find as far as bullet jackets. They can be designed just like this, where it's a full metal jacket. typically the full metal jacket is a rounded or flat nose, and the base of the projectile itself is left open. And so this area here is where the lead of the projectile is actually found. There are manufacturers that make what they call a total metal jacket. A total metal jacket means that the entire lead core is encased in a copper jacket. There are also steel jackets, and so the jacket itself might have a copper color, but it's steel, not copper. Steel is magnetic, copper is not. That's how you would distinguish.
Oh my
those
God,
two.
do we
There are
care?
manufacturers that use nickel
Move
jackets.
on. You have
And now
lost
they're
the
kind of coming
jury,
out
my
with,
friend.
you name it. There are
They
manufacturers
either
that have
already know
jackets
this
that are
shit
solely made
or
of
don't
copper.
care about this shit.
There are manufacturers who have kind of projectiles that are very, very weird, not necessarily your standard kind of projectile. So it's one of those things where they can design to do a lot of different things, the projectiles. And so that, depending on its function, its intended design, you might have different designs of the projectile itself.
So you indicated it's a jacket. What about the interior to the lead core? Is that standard throughout the industry?
The lead core is fairly standard. The only
It's a
time you're
Runkle
not
of the
going to have a
Bailey
lead core
doing the
is
challenge,
if it is a
and Andrew has
lead-free
chipped in
ammunition.
to the
There was a
fun.
big push years ago to try to make hunting rounds lead-free. And so that ammunition, if you can still find it, is lead-free in the sense that the copper is still there, but the inside is made of other materials, it might be zinc, it might be different, heavy metals that can give a weight similar to lead, but not be lead.
It's a good time to take a break. I'm being told we need to wait. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case.
All
Don't
right.
discuss the case in your presence, and certainly no research, just even okay on your
It's
share.
so boring. We're taking a
back.
break from this
All right,
dude.
thank you,
Oh my
ladies
God. This is just interminable. It's a good thing we can fast forward through this break. Ugh. This is not riveting at all. We're coming really close to catching up here. We are caught up. All right, we are back to real time, folks. We have lost our ability to fast forward through this guy. The jury is just coming back from this imposed break. Oh my Lord. We are live and we are on real time, unfortunately. We've lost the 1.25 ability. So here we are. We have 738 people currently watching this. We are live. We are caught up. We are in real time, and we've got 692 likes. Please smash that like button, and take our little like and subscribe poll. Please, also please make sure that you are subscribed. Actually, that would be super awesome. I'm trying to get to 37,000 by the end of this week. We've got 36,720. 80 more subscribers gets me to 36,800. So just 80 of you. There's got to be 80 of you watching that haven't subscribed. Just reach down there and smack that subscribe button. Smack it like this witness is talking about greased barrels and exposed barrels and all these other innuendo-y things he's been saying. Just smack that subscribe button. And if you have subscribed, make sure you are. Let's see how our like and subscribe poll is doing. Currently, in response to the question of have you hit the like and subscribe button, 10% of you said, yep, know what I'm saying? 12% of you said, I'll always be on a reasonable doubt. 13% of you have said, of course, gang, gang. And 65% of you have said, yes, part of my evil plans and stuff. There you go. So thankfully, this 15-minute break is taking about 20 minutes so far. Yes, it's not Wednesday morning yet. Wait, it's Wednesday evening. It'll be Thursday morning in about 7 minutes. So yeah, we're 7 minutes away from Thursday morning here in Korea. That's the good Korea, not the bad Korea. And if you're keeping score, we are $28.50 away from Doggo Cam and Lawn Cut Cage, etc., etc. I said we don't grift for super chats, but dang, it'd be nice. Oh, there we go. Wolfram took the proverbial bullet. Can we identify which weapon the bullet that Wolfram just took came from? Well, okay, release the hounds and the cage. It's that time. Thank you so much, Wolfram.
Release the hounds.
And let's see. Strawberry has fucked off around the corner here. Can we see her behind this chair? Probably not. Nope. Hey, Strawberry. I know you're sleeping there peacefully, but the people have spoken. You got to go find a less comfortable place. Sorry, buddy. The sleeper has awakened. I have released the hound. All right, I'm sending her back to her. Got to climb up there onto her chair. Climb, little fat pig. There you go. Ugh. All right. Sorry. I know you've been sleeping peacefully there for 3 hours, but you got to move now. You got to go to work, dog. It's time to go to work. Earn your kibble, Max. All right. Well, there we go. Wolfram has taken the proverbial bullet, which also means that he is the new Vice Rax for the day. If you want to, sorry, a little bit sleepy. You have been usurped by Wolfram. Wolfram. Awesome. And let's see. All righty. Well, what do we do? There's nothing. How about a nice greasy pork chop sandwich served in a dirty ashtray? Chat. Oh, rest in peace, chat. All righty. Officer Bello, where is everybody? How long does it take everybody? There's nothing to review. That testimony was so ridiculously boring. There's nothing to review. This is how a gun works. The end. That's literally all we've talked about since this guy took the stand. This is how a gun works. These are the parts of a gun. Got nothing. Geez, even Melly's female lawyer there to his right hasn't done anything too stupid today. He did the weird little thing, and apparently someone told him to knock that shit off. Because if you go back and look at it, he kind of got this like stop yelling at me, bruh, kind of look on his face. Oh, we're standing. Oh, I hope that means the jury's coming back. We're trying to figure out if that's actual granite or if it's just like Formica. It's ugly, whatever the hell it is. Mao. Oh, thank you so much, Mao, for the $5 to be added to the Yoda and Strawberry Fund. That will buy them some nice, delicious treats. Yoda is already on the couch sleeping for the night, and and Strawberry's just like, dude, I was sleeping peacefully on the floor, keeping your toes warm. Now I had to move. Thank you so much for that, Mal. Deeply appreciated. And now that we're back in, it's time for the cage.
Thank you all. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, the counsel, the assistant state attorneys, as well as today's jury or witness. George Bell remains on the stand. I think when you broke, you're still on your direct examination. Bradley, you want to continue?
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Bello, we had talked about the casings, the projectiles, the composition of the projectiles. I believe we skipped over the composition of the casings. Are there different metals used in the casings?
Yes, so casings can be made of several different metals.
Oh, Christ, I don't care. Not as good as anybody else.
Nowadays, you can find them in nickel. You can also find them in steel. And they have made them in copper, although they don't make them in copper anymore, but they have made them in copper in the past. So the composition of the cartridge cases themselves can vary. So shotgun shells are typically made in plastic. So depending on the ammunition that you're
Why are we talking about shotgun shells?
A variety of different materials.
Why are we even talking about this?
On the headstand of every cartridge casing.
Yeah, so depending on the manufacturer, they do have different headstamps that they use. Most of the manufacturers, especially American manufacturers, will use their name in some sort of or another. Some of them might be abbreviated. So Winchester, a lot of times will use the abbreviation
Laser.
Remington Peters uses RP, and sometimes it's right out Remington. So depending on the ammunition and how much space there is, they'll use some kind of manufacturing mark indicating the manufacturer and the caliber. So usually you'll see something on there that'll say 40 Smith & Wesson or 9mm, 380 auto, depending on what the caliber is. Actually, I think in the screen you can actually see them. In this case, you can see, I don't know if you can make it out on the screen, but right here is the manufacturer. So it says Blazer, and then 40 Smith & Wesson is the caliber.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Smith & Wesson's a gun manufacturer.
They are, yes.
So what's a 40 Smith & Wesson?
So 40 Smith & Wesson is a caliber that was really just designed years and years and years ago by Smith & Wesson, so they called it 40 Smith & Wesson. It's like there's a caliber, it's called 45 Glock auto pistol.
Let's not, Bruno.
Just because Glock designed it. So that's the name of the caliber, not the manufacturer. So there are calibers that are named after manufacturers. But in this particular case, the 40 Smith & Wesson is the caliber. The manufacturer of the cartridge is Blazer.
So with regards to if it says 40 Smith & Wesson, does that mean it has to be fired through a Smith & Wesson firearm?
Oh, Christ,
No,
shut up.
that's the caliber. So there are many manufacturers that make firearms in the 40 Smith & Wesson caliber.
This is really, really bad for the prosecution. It really is.
Third most popular caliber manufacturer today, as far as pistols are concerned. So there are a large number of manufacturers that make firearms in 40 Smith & Wesson.
Hey, Kelly LeBrock,
To the last part of it.
back in the day, not so much now.
Primer.
Kelly LeBrock.
Is the primer standard throughout the industry?
No, so there are different manufacturers will make different primers. The typical primer, again, is kind of in that color, so it's a nickel color. That's your usual primer, but there are probably nowadays just as many manufacturers that use brass for their primer. Those are really the two most common compositions.
I think they're doing this to be thorough and show that they did their homework and all this other crap. But all they're doing is boring the shit out of the jury. And especially if any, and this is Florida, I'm assuming there's a lot of firearm owners on the
So the
jury.
last part of the cartridge or
And
live cartridge.
if they know any of this, they are bored out of their mind, and they're probably a bit upset with what's being explained to them like they're stupid. And if they know nothing about guns, none of this is sinking in and is boring the shit out of them.
Depending on the
They're trying to be thorough, and they're doing too good of a job of being thorough.
So there are,
and they're losing the jury. They have to be losing the jury.
Gunpowder from the shape. So the shape of the gunpowder can be very varied. It can be ball shaped. It can be tubular. It can be
ball shaped.
Flattened balls. It can be disc.
We don't want
perforated
flattened
disc,
balls. We don't want flattened balls.
and
No.
a bunch of other types of shapes. So
I didn't know
the shapes
guns. I
of
didn't realize
the powder
guns were so
itself vary
sexual.
Significantly. The finishes that they put on there are usually some type of graphite finish, which is going to protect it from self-combusting. So that's pretty standard. The composition of the powder itself is fairly standard nowadays. But the amount of powder in each cartridge can vary significantly also. So the design of, so the shape of the powder and the amount of the powder in each of the cartridges are probably the biggest variable when it comes to gunpowder.
Not a damn thing.
So you said and used the word load.
Mhm.
What does that mean in your world?
Yeah, so the load,
I don't know. I know what load
cartridge
means in my
refers to
world.
how much
Probably means
powder
something
or
in his.
propellant is being used inside of the cartridge. A common example that we'll see today is that, or nowadays, not necessarily today, but 223 Remington versus a 556.
Now they're both just
NATO
Jabbas.
cartridge. The cartridge case itself is identical. If I were to stack two of them side by side, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Inside, there's a difference in the amount of powder, and that's the sole difference between one and the other.
The Ladysmiths are cool.
Manufacturers that will sell
Is going to be pink.
subsonic ammunition. Typically, the only difference between a 40 Smith & Wesson or a 9mm supersonic, which is subsonic, is
Food
the amount
wreck,
of powder
Stephen and
inside.
Kelly.
So they're putting enough powder inside of the
Food wreck.
projectile for it to travel fast enough to reach a target and have accuracy, but a small enough amount that if suppressed, leaves subsonic sound. So it doesn't make as loud a sound or perceptible sound to a person.
Who the fuck
Okay,
cares?
the projectile itself, does it have a specific mass or weight?
They can vary, so they have typically a specific range of weights. So different manufacturers, again, will have different weights that they load each one of their cartridges with, depending on design, depending on its intended feature. For example,
I'm not leaning
9mm
anywhere right now because
have
there's
some
literally
standard
been
weights,
no
ranging
evidence of
from
any sort
115 grains up
advanced
to
at this
about
point.
147
But if they put evidence in, but we don't know why it's putting in because nobody's talking about it. This shit certainly isn't evidence. This is just stupid.
A measurement that is specific to firearms.
I mean, it's
It's
going
not
to
something
be
that
2 or
you're
3
gonna
weeks
see
before I have
usually
any
in the supermarket
idea
or anything
how
like
I would
that. So
vote.
grains are specific measurements for firearms. They're convertible, so you can convert it to grams if you would. But the typical terminology in which you would find on a manufacturer's box is the term grain.
Does, for example, Blazer make different grain weights in 40 Smith & Wesson caliber ammunition?
They do. So most manufacturers, whether it's Blazer or any other manufacturer, will have a range of bullet weights they use. Again, depending on their intended purpose. Is it a subsonic ammunition? Is it supersonic ammunition? Is it meant for self-defense? Is it meant for just target shooting? So they have different intended purposes behind their ammunition.
Okay. So you had mentioned earlier that when the trigger is pulled, other things come out other than just the bullet.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when a firearm discharges, that powder that's burning
I'll be back in
inside
2
of
or
the
3
cartridge
minutes here.
will
The
continue
seal
to
has been
travel
broken. I'm
downward
going to
through the
refresh my
barrel and
dreams,
exits the barrel.
stretch my
So if you have a
legs.
slow motion picture or a slow motion
Please,
video of the discharge
please
of the
don't
projectile,
delete
you'll
yourself
see
while
that
this
the
shit is
projectile
going
exits
on.
the barrel first,
I need
and
to
then
clear my head
immediately,
here.
as soon as the back of the projectile
Back in just a
clears the
quick
muzzle of
second.
the barrel, there's a plume of smoke and fire that comes out behind it. That smoke and fire is the burning powder, the expanding powder, as well as any particulate lead that might be coming out. So in full metal jacketed projectiles where the base is exposed, that lead heats up and can melt and follow the bullet itself. Some of it may also stay in the barrel. If it stays in the barrel, that can get pushed out with the next projectile. And so the items that exit typically is the projectile, followed by particulate lead, followed by burnt and unburned gunpowder, followed by primer residues. So you have a combination of all of this stuff that comes out of the barrel, and each one of them can travel a different distance depending on the weight or the mass of the objects in question, the furthest of which being the projectile. It's the heaviest object that's coming out of the barrel, and it's intended to travel a significant distance.
Okay, hold on, just you said based on the weight or the mass.
Yes.
We're getting into a little bit of physics, so I want to make sure we break it down so it's easy to understand. You're taught the projectile travels the farthest, you said because it weighs the most.
Yes.
How does that relate to the energy that's transferred to it?
Right, so the majority of the energy in a discharge of a firearm is designed to be impelled or impacted into a projectile. Right, so most of the force of that firearm, or of the firing of the firearm, is being pushed onto this. A portion of it is going to be put on the casing, traveling rearward and ejecting, and then a portion of the remaining energy is going to be used in combustion and expansion of the gases during firing. So those particles that are still being propelled by the combustion and the expansion of gases, like the powder, the burning and unburnt powder, like the particulate lead, will still travel outside of the barrel, but they won't go nearly as far as the projectile for a variety of reasons. The mass and force being applied to the projectile being the main factor, but you also have factors like the wind, like rain, like any penetrating surface or any intervening surface. So there's a lot of variables that will go into how far the powder and the primer residues and particulate lead will travel.
The primer residue, the particulate lead, the unburnt and burnt gunpowder, does it only come out of the muzzle?
So the powder itself and the particulate lead will only come out of the muzzle because that's coming out of the front end of the cartridge. The primer residues don't. So the primer residues can exit the rear of a chamber and the rear of the firearm as well. So you can find primer residues or GSR gunshot residues coming out of the rear as well as the front of the firearm.
Okay, and is the rear, is that the breech face, that's that area of the firearm you're talking about?
Correct, yes.
So is there a range for how long a bullet will travel?
So a bullet can travel various ranges depending on the caliber that you're talking about. So, and there's other variables or other ways to look at it. I guess in the firearms realm, they look at lethal range as being one thing versus how far it can actually travel is two separate questions. Because a projectile might be able to travel a mile, but at that point it has so little velocity that it really wouldn't do any damage to a person. And so different manufacturers will state lethal ranges and then maximum distances for their projectiles. For most pistol ammunition can travel a significant distance.
So did we get to the end, therefore the defendant did it part of the testimony?
Typically,
What did I
somewhere
miss?
between 50 and 100 yards, and it'd be questionable if you can even hit a target at 100 yards with a pistol at using iron sights and whatnot. So
Iron sights? What the fuck? I clearly missed nothing. God damn it.
On a muzzle or barrel factor into that?
Yes, so the length of a barrel will change how far a projectile will travel.
I literally
how
missed
fast
nothing.
That projectile comes out of.
I'm gonna go for another walk.
The reason behind that is that the powder that's inside of a cartridge will continue to burn and expand as it travels through the firearm itself. What that basically means is that as the projectile is traveling down the barrel, if the barrel is 2 inches long, that gas or the burning only had 2 inches to complete its burn. So typically, in a 2-inch barrel, it does not complete.
King Ginger, do not encourage him. He'll start talking about
So a lot of
sniper
the
rifle.
powder will exit the barrel burning in the air as
do
it
not
after
encourage
it's
this
exited the barrel. If it's burning in the air, it's not pushing the projectile anymore. So if you have something like a 12-inch barrel, now you have a significantly longer distance to continue to burn that powder and continue expanding and pushing that projectile. So the length of barrel is a significant factor when determining the speed,
Are you saying
the
size
trajectory,
matters?
as well as for muzzle to target distance determination.
Okay, on that, when you talk about muzzle to target distance determinations, what are you looking at?
As far as
Are you looking at the way a projectile impacts an object?
we can, certainly, yes, that's part of the analysis.
Why would that be important?
So when you're talking about how a projectile is going to impact an object, it can give you different clues. So if a projectile left a clean hole entering,
Always leave a
shirt,
clean
let's
hole.
say, it gives me
Don't do anything with a dirty
one
hole.
clue in that it wasn't the muzzle of the barrel was not pressed directly upon the object. When the muzzle of a barrel is pressed directly upon an object, what ends up happening is all those gases that we talked about that come out of the barrel will enter whatever that object is. So if it enters a shirt, they have to escape somewhere. And so what ends up happening is that shirt will end up being ripped. There'll be a lot of burning, so there won't be a clean cut circular
You
hole.
press your greased barrel up
The other
against
thing that it
something,
can give is if you
and
have
that leaves a
hole that's
dirty
not
hole.
necessarily
Got it.
clean cut, but there's no signs of tearing or burning around the hole.
Oh,
possibly
tearing
there
and
was a
burning around
dirty
the
object.
hole, that's
So if a bullet
less than
travels through
desirable. You're
glass,
doing it
let's say,
wrong if there's tearing and burning.
the glass will impact how the spin of the projectile or how the projectile is able to spin. And so what can happen is that the projectile starts to tumble in the air and you can get what they call a keyhole shaped hole.
A pea hole shaped hole. What the fuck is going on here?
It can enter this direction, it can enter that direction, it can enter this direction. And so that lets you know that the projectile possibly traveled
I
through
quit.
whatever
I'm
object
done. This
before
sucks.
hitting that final target. And so there's a lot of, I guess, descriptors that can be applied depending on the shape of the hole, depending on how much burning is seen, if there is burning, if there is no burning, if there's soot or vaporous lead that we can see in the.
Yeah, nobody
usually
wants
see in the form of
vaporous
smoke
holes,
around the hole.
burning holes,
If you can visibly see powder.
corn
versus
holes.
a
Nobody
complete
wants any
absence
of that.
powder. So those are some of the different visual examinations we would do on a particular bullet hole to determine whether or not we can do a distance determination, or if really we're looking for a maximum distance as opposed to a range. So a maximum distance is basically the distance that a firearm would have to be discharged at to not leave any residues on particular target.
Okay, so let's go back on that. You said residues. When you're talking about residues, what are the different types of residues that could be left on a target?
So the main types of residues that we're examining for when we're doing muzzle target discrimination is, well, there's a few. The main one is lead and nitrites. Lead being a residue that comes from the projectile and comes from the primer residues. So those main sources of that lead. And then the nitrites
Tony the Bum, thank you so
from
much for the
burning
$5 super chat. Jeff finding
so
innuendo in
gunpowder
projectile
itself
shape.
has
You might
nitrate
need
as part
old
of it.
girl whose
During the
mouth
burning
won't
process,
close to
it
come
converts
visit.
to nitrites. And so those nitrites are fairly unique in that there's not really a whole lot of false positives for nitrites apart from gunpowder or burnt gunpowder. So those are the primary residues that we look at. If we suspect that a firearm that was used or the ammunition that was used was a clean type of projectile so that it doesn't have any lead in it.
I'll tell you right now, all of this is boiling down to him saying
but that's not the typical.
the shooting did not happen at a great distance. It was not a drive-by shooting. It took place inside the vehicle, and it was done by a 40 caliber Glock. And I assume someone down the road is going to say that he had a 40 caliber Glock registered to him or some shit. I don't know.
To the projectile itself, and when it enters through an object, that soot is wiped off, forming a ring around wherever it came in. And then
like
the smoke is essentially exactly that, is the appearance of a cloud around the bullet hole. So it's the smoke that's from the discharge, and those are, again, lead particles and lead, vaporous lead that comes from the discharge of that primer.
What happens to the unburnt particles of gunpowder?
So unburnt powder is not reactive with the test itself. It can be visual, so you can see it. And depending on the distance, it can still adhere to an article of clothing. It can adhere to skin. So depending on the distance from a target, you can see burnt and unburnt gunpowder being applied and stuck onto clothing. If it's a shot on skin, then you can see it essentially what they call tattooed onto skin. And that's basically the velocity and burning of the powder entering.
We're just going to have to see what they show in the evidence. But right now, this means nothing.
See the particles visually upon the skin.
Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about that. Does the unburnt gunpowder travel in a predictable pattern?
Yes, so,
forward.
All of the particles that actually come out of the barrel will follow a predictable pattern. The projectile obviously traveling first and furthest outside of the muzzle. The following cloud of vaporous lead, particulate lead, and burnt and unburnt gunpowder will travel in a conical shape. So if you could think of the items or the powder exiting the barrel, it's going to travel at its tightest distance from the hole at the muzzle and start to expand slowly. So as it hits a target, you should see a circular impression on that target, as long as it was close enough to actually leave a pattern of powder on the target. Once it gets far enough away, usually somewhere in the ballpark of 3 to 5 feet, then it ceases to leave any powder because it's all fallen out of basically lost all of its velocity and dropped out of the air. So it has to be close enough that it can impact an object with sufficient force that it gets stuck on that object.
Okay, so you said that cloud travels a maximum of 3 to 5 feet.
Yes.
Can you make a determination without a firearm as to the distance a cloud would travel based on a casing?
No. So the reason that we don't do any examination like that is because there are many variables that come into play. So like I mentioned earlier, the barrel length, that's one significant variable. If the barrel length is 2 inches versus 6 inches versus 7 inches versus being a submachine gun that might have a 12-inch barrel or a 13-inch barrel, all of that will play a significant role in how much powder comes out of the barrel and how far that will reproduce.
This is just too sexual for me. We're going to get demonetized.
Muzzle target distance determinations are actually done. Is the first step is to visually examine the unknown, right? So the question impressions. We don't know how far that is. So we'll process it, make sure that there are gunpowder particles present, and that there is a pattern present. Once we've determined that part of it, then we have to reproduce it with the knowns. Those knowns are known ammunition. So in this particular case, it's a 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer. I would use 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer. So I'm not going to use a Federal cartridge case. I'm not going to use a Hornady cartridge case. I'm going to use the same manufacturer that was used in the evidence that was submitted.
Why is it important to use the same manufacturer?
Because if I'm using the same
shut up, you
manufacturer,
dumb
I'm
cow.
reducing
You
the
know
number
why.
of variables that could potentially be in place. So the same manufacturer should be using the same type of powder, same
Is she gonna
shape
laugh
of
again?
powder. And typically when we're going to do that, we will open the powder, we'll open the cartridge and ensure that the amount of powder and the type of powder is consistent with what we're seeing in the evidence. If it's not, then we're going to try to use something that is.
This is the real lawyer saying, "Shut
so
up,
that-
stop talking, and stop being a
Minimize
nuisance."
things such as lot numbers, the date of manufacture, those types of variables as well.
If possible, yes.
Just so we're clear, are you conducting a science experiment?
Essentially, that's what we're doing, is we're trying to reduce the number of variables present so that we can give an estimated range of distance. And even then, even when we can account for, we know it's the right firearm, we know it's the right ammunition, we know, the type of primer that was used, and oftentimes we'll be submitting a firearm that has ammunition left in it. And if there is ammunition left in it, then our typical examination is going to be to reproduce the patterns at interval distances, so 6 inches, 12 inches, 18 inches, and so forth. And then once we've shot that with, let's say in this case, 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer, whatever distance is closest to what I found in the evidence, I'll reproduce with evidence ammunition, so that it's the same ammunition that was found in the firearm at the time that it was impounded. And
Are you
I'll
talking
use that
about
as
my
part of
polls?
conclusions as well.
My polls
So
are just a
normally
reminder
when
to
we
hit the
report
like
that,
and
it's gonna
subscribe
be a
button.
range
That's it.
of-
It's just something fun we do.
Distance. I'm not just saying
You get to
this
choose
firearm was discharged at a distance of 12
the least
inches.
unwitty answer to my stupid polls.
The
It's just
reason
to
we don't
remind
do that,
people to
we
hit the
can't
like
account
and
for
subscribe. That's
environmental
all.
factors.
A little bit of fun.
I can't account for how the clothing was handled. Was there an intervening object? So there's so many variables that you can't just give one distance. Even within ammunition manufacturers, Blazer can put a grain or two more of powder in one cartridge and a grain or two less in the next cartridge. And so there is variability even within the same manufacturer in the same lot number. So as much as they try to keep it to where there's a standard, they have a tolerance, and that tolerance still allows for potential variability. So when we reproduce these tests, the way that we're typically reporting it is that a firearm or the muzzle to target distance determination states that the muzzle of the firearm was no closer than 6 inches, no further than 18 inches. And the edges of that bracket essentially means that I've test fired everything in between and beyond, and I can tell you that the firearm could not have reproduced a pattern that was observed closer than 3 inches, and it could not have done it beyond 18 inches. Right, so I'm giving that range because maybe within that range, there was some overlap. So if I shot it at 12 inches and I shot it at 14 inches, the patterns can be very, very similar. So not different enough that I can distinguish the patterns with a naked eye. So if that's the case, then I have to be able to include both of those distances.
You said intervening objects a couple times. I don't think we've properly defined that. What would be an intervening object in firearms and distance determination?
So depending on the object that's being examined, an intervening object can be anything like a car door, the front door to a house. If a person was wearing several layers of clothing and the person was shot, the external object is an intervening object to everything beneath that. So basically, the first object that the projectile hits is the object that has the potential to have powder on it. Anything thereafter will not have any powder on it.
So if I'm wearing a jacket
so if somebody
over
was shot and they're wearing
a
baseball
turtleneck,
cap, the baseball
over a
cap is going to
t-shirt,
contain the vast
and
majority
you shoot me,
of those
the residue is going to be on the
powder
jacket and
Some
not on
of
the
them may be
t-shirt?
through the cap, and some of them may
Weird.
be present on the person themselves, but the vast majority is going to be on the baseball
Oh
cap.
my
What
God.
about human hair?
Sure, so if somebody shot in the head and you have human hair, that hair is going to capture most of the powder particles.
Yeah, you mentioned a pattern of in the powder pursuing and the unburnt gunpowder. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when you say a pattern, what do you mean?
So when the powder,
Would
sorry,
it help if you could draw on the screen?
sure.
I can change the. You should be able to draw on that.
So the powder, I'll draw a couple of different things. I'm not an artist, so please excuse anything that seems very rudimentary. So if we're talking about this as being the muzzle of the firearm, the powder is going to exit in a pattern that looks like this, right? So when it hits an object,
Yeah, we're still talking about the gun after your 80-minute break.
the pattern that's observed is going to look something. I don't know if you can
We
actually
haven't
see
even
it.
started talking about this case yet. We're not even there
See
yet.
if we can change your options for drawing tools.
Is this how his barrel unloads? Is this how his barrel discharges?
So if each one of those bigger dots is a flake of gunpowder, then the travel of the powder itself opening in this conical area like that is going to impact this perpendicular area and leave a circular impression or circular pattern of these dots, of these different particles. So when we're talking about reproducing a pattern, the pattern that we're looking for is the density of the powder and how far that distribution goes. So the further away from a target, the bigger that pattern is going to be and the less dense it's going to be. The closer and the tighter the pattern is going to be and the more dense it's going to be. And there are particles that don't travel very far. So if the pattern is far enough, let's say something like 18 inches, you're not going to see vaporous lead. So that lead cloud, the smoke that's observed at close
I think we're getting to the point where he's going to say that
but you can still get a circular
stippling on the clothing means it was shot inside the vehicle, and based on the pattern, it was shot somewhere between 3 inches and 18 inches.
Yeah, it's a combination of training experience. There's articles that have been done on it. And have been published into the GSR training handbook by the FBI. And so it can even be closer to that. Again, that's part of those variables that we have to account for. So was there vaporous lead present? Was there not vaporous lead present? So my testing has to be able to reproduce whatever I'm observing in the unknown. And then I have to include whatever I'm observing in my bracket.
Okay. So when you're talking about then, you said a parallel surface, do you have to take into account curvature surfaces, anything like that?
Sure, you have to take into account also the size of the surface. So if this surface, instead of being this size, is only this size, it's going to capture whatever's landing on it at that time. So what that means is that if my area is only this big, then all of the powder north and south of it aren't hitting anything. So that powder keeps on traveling and doesn't hit anything. It only hits whatever is present there. So all of that does play a factor in your distance determination and how you can reproduce it. And which is part of the challenge of distance determinations is we have to try to reproduce whatever we're seeing. That's the only way we're going to be able to know what that distance is if we can actually physically reproduce it.
Okay. If you have a 4-inch barrel versus a 7 or a 10-inch barrel, how does that change the shape of the cloud or the cone as it travels?
Well, it can change a few different things. So the cloud itself is going to come out of the barrel at a higher velocity the longer the barrel is. It's also coming out with less powder because a lot of that powder has been consumed inside of the barrel. And so two things are going to change there in that the width of this cone.
We don't know yet. Nobody's talked about it yet.
Further out.
Adara, the wholesome, thank you so much for this $2 super chat.
You're not actually reproducing
This boring
that pattern.
testimony. I'll sleep good tonight. I'm about ready to fall asleep. I'm just staying awake on nicotine and alcohol power
The
alone.
wider that the cone becomes at a shorter distance. And the higher the density of the particles that are going to be observed, because there's more particles present. And the longer barrel, those particles have been consumed during that combustion, and so less particles and less materials actually exiting the barrel.
Okay, so Mr. Bello, if you, for whatever reason, don't have the firearm that was used in.
Hell yeah, Cody the Bum.
whatever
He's certified.
determination
He's
you're trying to
certified in this
create,
shit.
Could you use a brand new, same make, same model, same caliber firearm to do this determination?
Well, in the absence of a firearm, I don't know what that firearm that was used. So I have no way of saying, okay, well, I'm going to use, let's say all the fire characteristics say it's a Glock. Well, which type of Glock? Is it a Glock 17? Is it a Glock 19? Is it a Glock 43? Is it a Glock 45? So all of those different models fire the same.
Sounds like a
caliber,
healthy diet.
but they have different
All I got.
design.
All I got to keep me awake.
One of those key differences is barrel. And so without knowing that it was in fact a particular Glock 17, I have no way of being able to reproduce that pattern because I can't account for those variables. I don't know what the make and model is of the firearm.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Is this his conclusion? Is this his conclusion that everything I've talked about for the last hour and a half means nothing because I couldn't test for it? You're not going to say that, dude.
Aftermarket, post-manufacturer alterations are possible on a 40 caliber handgun.
So depending on the handgun itself, I mean, you can essentially get down to the point where you've created your own new firearm. You can replace firing pins, you can replace extractors, you can replace ejectors, you can replace the slide.
Dude, you can literally replace every fucking piece of your gun if you want to.
You can replace almost every portion of that firearm.
Not almost. You can replace every part.
Technically called the same firearm based on the serial number. So the serial number is imparted on the frame, and so long as you have the same frame, you technically have the same firearm. And what I mean by that is if I were to have a Glock firearm, and its serial number is USA 123.
The law.
And I call Glock and say, hey, I have a Glock firearm, it's a USA 123.
The testimony is a snooze
Can you tell me
fest.
what the make and model was?
I can tune it out, but I feel bad for the jury. Right.
But
I can get drunk, and I don't care, but they can't.
I could have put a different barrel length on it. I could have put an aftermarket barrel length, barrel, which is not polygonal, it's conventional. So I could have changed any number of variables. The manufacturer has no way of knowing that, right? So unless you have the physical firearm present to do your comparisons and say, yes, this projectile, this cartridge case were produced by the firearm in question, then I have no way of saying that's the firearm that was used.
Okay. Does the FBI set forth best practices and materials to use for doing a distance determination?
Yes, they do.
And what would they recommend?
So the FBI recommends that you only do this determination if you've been able to identify fired evidence from a crime scene to a firearm. And so you've been able to do test fires from the firearm. And
yes, today is Flag Day in America.
That firearm produced the evidence at the scene.
June 14th is Flag Day.
So that's number one. What about the type of material you're going to be shooting into?
So the FBI recommends using cotton twill jean as a substrate. It's just a substrate that they have found as a happy medium, if you will. So it doesn't capture too much particle or it doesn't capture too little particle. It fairly represents a large number of surfaces.
The Willy Bot, they can't say that because there is no gun in this case. They don't have the gun that shot these people.
The problem with ballistic shells, you wouldn't be able to process it afterwards. It's also transparent in nature, and so seeing the powder itself is going to be very difficult. And so while you could use it, it's not something that the FBI recommends doing.
Could you use an animal skin to replicate?
And the Matt Kors bot clearly likes dudes because he's all up my ass. Look at this.
I believe they say that's the
way to go, ass
bot. To
how to say you're into dudes without saying you're into dudes, dude. I'm so not into dudes. I'm banning you. Bye.
Examine them and see the difference between the patterns in the pig skin and the human skin. As the tones tend to be very similar and the texture tends to be very similar.
It's invasion of the bots.
Plastic covering an Amazon box to go to your house.
Time to set us to subscribers only.
So the different materials are gonna have different rates of capture. So that powder can hold onto cloth one way, and as you can imagine, tape is a fairly slick surface. And cardboard is a hard surface, not the same thing as clothing, not the same thing as skin. Our skin is elastic, cardboard's not elastic. And so how powder would adhere to our skin or to our clothing is significantly different than how it would adhere to cardboard or Scotch tape or packing tape or anything like that.
Okay.
Roscoe fan. I don't even know who Roscoe is. Nice try, bot.
Final on this one. Did you do a distance determination in this case?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So the first thing is I didn't have a firearm, so I can't know which firearm I'm going to use.
No, you haven't missed anything in the last hour and a half, Chappie.
So I can't make tests
Not a
with this information because I don't know what firearm was used.
Okay. Do you have a overall list of potential firearms that could have caused the ballistics evidence in this, or created the ballistics evidence in this case?
Yes, so I did use the projectiles and the visible characteristics from the cartridge case, and I ran the information through the general rifle.
The bots thought they were shit stirring when actually that's been our only entertainment for the last hour, our last 3.5 hours. Thanks, bots.
And it did come back with a list. It was a fairly lengthy list of firearms manufacturers, and so when the list contains that many, we don't typically
Jim
put out,
Satala,
a list of suspect
I
weapons.
find your
It's just
argument
a report.
compelling.
We essentially just insert a report that if you need
There you go.
the list, let us know and we'll let you know how many firearms and which ones they are that could have fired this evidence. And that list is by no means exhaustive either. So there's really no way to know that that's all of the firearms that could have fired it, or was there a homemade firearm that fired it, or any other parts of like these kind of parts guns that they sell nowadays. There's really no way to rule any of those out. So this is just a list of major manufacturers that reported to the FBI their characteristics.
And so approximately how many firearms were listed out in this case?
I have to look at the
Can you refresh your recollection? Please feel free to do so. Slow cut when you've done so.
Rose humble bragging, telling herself that she rocks. Just kidding, Rose. We love you. Oh my God. Why are we stopped? I missed why we stopped. Is she deciding if she wants to ask more questions?
So as far as
All right, he's crossed.
manufacturers that could have fired the projectiles in 40 Smith & Wesson,
Or what? No.
there's about 15 different major manufacturers.
Sorry. Thought that was
I
the lawyer's
also
voice.
ran it again
Wrong.
with, there was two
Still
submissions
direct. Oh my
in the
Christ.
case. So there was an initial submission that contained 3 projectiles, and then there was an initial secondary submission which contained projectiles from the medical examiner's office. And based on the characteristics of the second submission, there was, I think, an even larger number.
Well, I don't know how bored everybody is, but if you want to see my newest pipe, this is my new Cthulhu pipe that I got a couple of weeks ago. Made by a Canadian master pipe carver.
About
This is the shit.
27
This is my
manufacturers
Cthulhu
that could
pipe.
have fired that set.
Okay. Can you just pick number 17 off that list and recreate this?
I love this pipe. Anyway.
No, I can't
That's
do
what
that.
I'm smoking.
For a variety of reasons. First and foremost being that these lists are telling me the manufacturers, right? It's not telling me the make and model. So give me the make. So it's saying, possibly 6 Sauer, possibly Sid Orange, but which one of their pistols in 40?
I've got 3 Cthulhu themed pipes from 3 different
list
master
can be
pipe
very
makers
lengthy.
from
It
around
also
the
will tell
world.
me the barrel length.
Great success. How much? This was an absolute fuck
A
ton.
very specific firearm.
I mean, like a lot.
Could you
Like,
use a
think of a lot of money and then add a
91?
bunch more to it.
No.
It hurt.
Why not?
It hurt to buy this.
The Taurus 91 doesn't exist.
Should I ask you about horsepower on that?
You could, I guess, but there's no Taurus. So Taurus.
No wonder they killed Justin
manufactures
Bieber was the
a
best.
line of firearms, which they bought the patent from Beretta to manufacture. Beretta makes what they call Beretta 92, Beretta 92 FS.
It took the guy about a month to make it.
Taurus replicates that in their
Now you just rammed the pipe cleaner through it.
99.
But yeah,
So
the
those are
details
two
like
variants
way
of
cool.
That particular pistol. There really isn't, and the 9 designates the 9mm caliber. So PT 92.
Even like the bottom is all
9
tentacled up.
9mm variants of.
He's got like little fins on the bottom of the pipe. It's kind of cool.
And that's
This is my
actually the
second
red
most
gun in front of
expensive
you
pipe.
is a PT92 replica.
Correct. So this is
My most
exactly
expensive pipe
what you would
is
see
also a
if you saw
Cthulhu pipe.
A Beretta or a Taurus, whether it's a 92 or PT 92. They look the same. If I held it from over here and I had a Beretta or a Taurus,
Dana,
wouldn't know
if
the
you
difference
smoke
between
pipes, you definitely should.
Which caliber?
If you don't
for the
smoke pipes,
92?
you should
So the
probably
92
start.
is a 9mm
Kids
fire.
don't listen to me.
Is there a 40 caliber that may be closely named to that?
So Taurus does make a 40 caliber. They make it under the model name PT 100, PT 101.
In terms of the list of firearms that are potential, are
If you go to
some more
my
common than others that you
my
see in the lab?
Instagram account and
Yes.
go back, there's a little bit. You can see sort of kind of the making of it.
No, again, because it doesn't tell me which one of their models was used and the barrel length of those models that was used.
Okay. So I want to go through now and talk about the individual items of evidence you reviewed in this case. Okay? So I'm going to start here with item that you assigned as item 13.
Okay.
And this
Oh,
is
the-
what has been previously entered into
The guy that
evidence
made my
as
Cthulhu
states
pipe
43.
is the same guy that made the crow pipe I was smoking yesterday.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
My raven pipe,
Yes.
not my crow pipe.
How do you
Yeah,
recognize
the
that?
same guy made
So
both of
my
these pipes.
initials on the paper bag and the date that I started the examination, as well as my initials and the date that I finished the examination on the seals.
If I may have that back so I can put it up on the screen so it's clear and everybody what we're talking about when we're talking about exhibit 13. When you're talking about exhibit 13, these white labels here on the back, did you place those on there?
Yes. I did.
And if you'd be so kind as to, do you know how to hit erase on the screen?
Is there just erase everything?
Or clear?
There we go.
Thank you.
Yep.
So exhibit 13 labeled G115.
So if you're bored,
Where does the
I put the
G115 come from?
Instagram
So
of the guy that made the
G115
pipes
is
into the chat.
External.
If you go there
identifier, so
and
that's
scroll
whatever,
down a little ways past the
the person who
Frankenstein pipe,
impounded the
you can see his
evidence itself,
videos where he's making my
labeled.
Cthulhu pipe.
Typically, that's given to us in the form of a property receipt.
Downy pipes rocks.
The 115, the number that's there, is that
Yeah.
the same? So on exhibit 13, there's also a case number under there. What is that case number?
So that should be the lab number that's assigned again by the lab. So that 1813127, that's the number that's generated by our information management system. Every case that comes to us has to have a unique.
You can see one of my
identifier
Cthulhu
because we're a
prints over
county
here.
lab. We service a lot of different municipalities. We can't guarantee that their numbers won't overlap, but as a lab, we still have to have
Let me
unique
see here.
identifiers. And so the system, regardless as to what their identifier is, which in this case was the one below that, at least according to our information management system, we have
This
to
is one of
have
my
the
pieces of
identifier
Cthulhu art.
put in place by the laboratory. And so that in this case, it was 1813127.
And is that the same for all the disciplines the lab covers?
Yes, so it should, there are cases where sometimes an exhibit might be submitted and either they thought it was affiliated with a different case or something like that, and they gave it a separate lab number. So you might have a separate unique lab number, but you can't have two cases under the
It must
same
have been
lab.
accidental. Sorry, didn't mean to if I did.
So going to exhibit 13. You describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do to analyze Exhibit 13.
So
it's not a heavy pipe. It's kind of light. I mean, it's heavier than other pipes.
That whatever I received in evidence is what I'm supposed to have. With fire cartridge cases and projectiles, it's a little bit more difficult just because, as you can see in this case, they're submitted in a brown paper bag or a sealed manila envelope. That's the typical kind of submission for casings and projectiles. So I'll try to feel the evidence and see, okay, this is a bag that says it has 3 projectiles. Does it have what feels like 3 projectiles?
I think you may be right.
Or does it have light ammunition? So if I can feel that difference,
send more super chat so I can afford to make a Lorax themed pipe. That is an awesome idea. Why did I never think of that?
They're telling me they submitted 3 projectiles, but that's not what I have. In this case,
I think I'll use the Fuck It Friday money to commission a Lorax pipe.
And I had 3 projectiles. So then I opened the packaging and I start to describe what I have in front of me. In this particular case, it was 3 fire projectiles. And so I describe them as 3 fire projectiles. If there are cartridge cases, then I'll describe them as 1 fired 40 Smith & Wesson Blazer cartridge case.
A rapper is accused of murdering 2 other rappers, and the state is just starting to try to think about maybe possibly presenting some evidence.
Okay, so on item that your lab number assigned 13, that is the G115 identifier. Do you know where that came from?
I don't know where that came from.
Did you collect it?
No.
Do you ever go and collect projectile or casing evidence?
No, I don't.
Is that part of your job description?
No.
Oh, I'm going to commission a Lorax pipe. Oh my God.
On occasion, we can be called to come out to crime scenes if they're looking for some kind of possible explanation, but that would be a very, very rare case. More often than not, we stay at the lab and we just receive evidence that crime scene or a detective collected.
Okay, and where is the lab located?
It's on the first floor of this building.
So moving on to, again, item 13G115, what did you describe it as?
So item 13 was 1 fired projectile.
What analysis did you do on item 13?
So every projectile in every cartridge case is going to receive every projectile will receive a projectile worksheet or a bullet worksheet. On that worksheet, we capture information that is standard. And the basis for that worksheet is just to see, okay, am I looking at a 40 caliber projectile? Am I looking at a 38 caliber projectile? Am I looking at a 45 caliber projectile? The importance of that is that if I have different calibers, they couldn't have been shot in the same firearm.
Yeah, all I've gathered is this is Schrodinger's Glock, pretty much.
For moving on to the next step of taking the evidence to the comparison microscope. If everything has the same characteristics, where it's a 40 caliber projectile, they have or could have 6 land impressions, they all twist to the right, then they all could have been fired from the same firearm at that point because all the class characteristics align. Then I would have to take it to the microscope to see if I can individualize them. So at that point, I'm looking for the individual characteristics to see whether they were fired the same firearm or whether we have 2 separate firearms involved or 3 separate firearms involved.
Chance, who's been a member of the Clean and Sober crew for 3 months, says I'm scrubbing a warehouse floor, and it's more exciting than this testimony.
Item that's submitted projectile-wise initially.
Yes.
Okay, so we won't go through that on each one. Specifically on Exhibit 13, the G115, what caliber was that projectile?
It's a 40 caliber projectile.
When you say 40 caliber, does that translate to millimeters, inches?
Haven't we fucking talked about this already?
So
It seems like
40
we've
caliber
talked
is
about this
actually,
3 times.
In inches, it has a synonym in metric, so it has a 10 millimeter synonym. So 40 caliber is if I took the widest portion of the projectile itself, it would measure 0.4 inches from one side to the other. If I changed it to metric, it should measure about 10 millimeters from one side to the other.
Okay. How do you know the difference in tell between a 40 caliber and a 10 millimeter? They're equal.
This is YNW Melly. He's accused of killing YNW Sack Chaser and YNW somebody else, Juvie.
40 Smith & Wesson is also a much more popular cartridge.
No, we don't do that
for
here.
Every I can't tell you the last time I saw a 10 millimeter auto in the lab. I think probably for every 5 years, we might see 1 or 2 10 millimeter autos, whereas we'll see a 40 Smith & Wesson almost daily coming to the lab. So just a difference in popularity of the two.
So you're analyzing one of the most popular projectiles made.
Versus 10 millimeter.
So when you're looking at the projectile, how do you take into account any deformities
Rip Juvie.
from hitting intervening objects or the rifling on the barrel? How do you measure?
Cheers of Hennessy and Coke for
Sure.
Juvie.
So when I'm looking at the worksheet, one of the portions of the worksheet we use to describe the physical evidence we have. That's especially true and important for projectiles. We can get projectiles that are relatively pristine, but that's not the norm. Most projectiles that we receive in evidence, whether they hit a person or they hit a car or they hit a tree.
Melly, I think is like 23, something like that. I don't know.
And so
something like that.
It's very important for us to describe what damage we're seeing on the projectiles for a variety of reasons. One of them being that if I can't measure the exact diameter of the base, I need to know why I couldn't measure the exact diameter of the base. So is it because the base is missing? Or is it because it's just deformed, it's pancaked, it's flattened out, so I can't get an accurate measurement? And so that's one part of it. The other part of it is I do look for the
We didn't block Vicky Ashton. She just disappeared because she was wrong.
If the damage is that half of the projectile is missing, and I have 2 land impressions, well, I don't know, did it have 6 land impressions total? Did it have 5 land impressions total? And I only have 2 left.
Oh yeah,
and so at that
draft
point,
beer
if I'm
is
missing
very, very,
information,
very popular
I can't
here.
determine whether or not the class characteristics really line up until I take it to a microscope and start measuring the width of the land impressions and determine that, okay, if the width of the land impressions are this, then it has to be 6 land impressions. Or if it's a larger land impression, then it has to be 5 land impressions. So all of those characteristics are notated in our notes page for those different reasons.
Can you look at
What? Steve blocked Vicky?
tiny pieces of a projectile?
I gotta have words with Steve. We don't block people here. Only I block people here.
Could. So if, let's say, the jacket that's on here peeled off, and now instead of having
We
one
don't block
jacket,
people
I
for
end up
having different
5
opinions
or
here.
6
I welcome
fragments of the
different
jacket.
opinions. I'm gonna have to go
I
unblock
can look
Vicky now,
at those
damn it.
fragments and see if there is a land
Too late,
impression
but-
present, or if there's a partial land impression present. That won't let me know the class characteristics of the firearm, but if there's enough information in that land impression that's present, I could make a comparison to other projectiles. So depending on how much is left of those fragments, I can. If the jacket came off of a core, right, so like the inside of this projectile that would have been lead, that core doesn't actually impact the firearm itself, right? It's covered by the jacket. So that core doesn't have any information that I can use to then make comparisons. So if it's just a lead core, there's nothing that I can do with that.
Oh my
Apart
God,
from
some of
maybe say,
these bots we've
Smith &
blocked have
Wesson, could
really
come from a
funny
9
names.
millimeter. But that's about as far as I can go with that examination because there are no class characteristic or individual characteristics present on that from the firearm.
So staying on exhibit 13, was there a number of lands and grooves on exhibit 13?
Yes. So exhibit 13 had 6 landing grooves.
Okay. Did it have a direction of twist you were able to document?
Yes, it was right-handed twist.
Okay. Did it have a bullet weight?
Yes, so the overall weight of that projectile was 179.4 grains.
179.4 grains. Okay. What is a cannelore?
So a cannelore is a mark that's put in by the manufacturers. It's served many purposes in the past. Nowadays, a lot of them are putting it in there just for aesthetics. So it's a ring that goes around the circumference of the projectile itself. And so before, cannelores were put in place for lubrication.
No, Vicky's not on the
primary
banned
purpose
list.
Is they would line that indentation in the projectile with lubrication so that as the projectile traveled through the barrel, it simultaneously lubricating the barrel.
Oh my God, are we
Or at least
talking
that
about
was the thought.
lubrication again? Jesus.
It turns out that they travel at such velocities that they're really not lubricating anything in that barrel. They're just flying out of there and taking most of the
Yeah, Vicky's not on the band list.
and so nowadays you can have can lures, but most manufacturers today don't really use can lures.
Did Exhibit 13
Brown-eyed
have
girl.
that feature?
Anyway, thanks for giving me to listen to while working. Happy hump day.
What material was the bullet made of?
So the material was copper.
Is there any type or a
Brown-eyed
the
girl.
jacket that you described earlier?
I know I did that before,
Catalog
but
that
whatever.
as to Exhibit 13.
Yeah, so Exhibit 13 was a full metal jacket, so it's very similar to what we're seeing here in that it had a rounded nose.
Private pile.
The base of it was not jacketed, so the lead of the core was exposed at the base.
Okay, so full metal jacket. Was it magnetic?
It was not magnetic.
The lands and
But she's not on the black. She's not on the block
that.
list.
Yes.
She's just not on it. So she's not
The
actually
rifling,
blocked.
Does it have, is there a type of rifling or characteristics of rifling?
So the rifling type itself was conventional, and all that really means is a lot like this model. Conventional rifling has very clearly defined shoulders or edges to the impression. If it were to be polygonal, they kind of have.
We're talking a lot too because this guy is he's wasting oxygen.
There are not clearly defined edges that are visible on the projectiles that come from.
He's literally just wasting oxygen.
Polygonal barrels.
And polygonal barrels are commonly used in what type or manufacturer of firearms?
So the most common is Glock, and then the second most common is probably H&K or Bersa.
So moving on to, based on what you have, do you come up and estimate estimated total bullet weight before it was fired?
Yeah, so the manufacturer intended weight would have been about 180 grams.
And is that consistent with a 40 Smith?
You must have
Wesson
just timed her
Blazer?
out because she's not on the
Yes.
blocked list. Whatevs. Doesn't matter.
Do you document additional defects or anything? As
Blocked
to
or not, she's
Exhibit
not around here
13?
anymore.
Yes, I do.
What do you document?
So additionally to what we've already
Aha,
discussed,
Jason
I'll
knows her
document
last name.
The packaging, so how exactly it was submitted. You can see that the external package is a brown paper bag, but inside of that, most agencies will have some kind of sub-packaging that will separate the individual items in the bag. So in this case, it was submitted inside of a small tin can, inside of a brown paper
Hey,
bag.
we got another one. Looks like we're setting the membership time to 5
So I'm
minutes.
gonna go ahead and publish
Bots are waiting 1 minute.
your Exhibit 13, which is part of States 43. Do you additionally, when you are labeling them, sub-label the item inside as well, or do you rely upon?
The tin might have either my handwriting or the label.
Okay.
You're here daily, don't worry.
So is that your label?
Yes.
Okay. The handwriting here, the number 7 projectile rear passenger floorboard 1824. Is that you?
No.
So when you're talking about the nose
Mm-hmm.
of the bullet, can
Wait,
you
we're
show
talking
the
about
ladies
Ricada
and
now?
gentlemen
What,
what you mean
nose?
by the nose of the bullet?
Yeah, so the nose of the bullet would be this area right here. And then this is the base of the bullet itself. And then this is the land impression, or one of the land impressions. And you can see that from the base to the nose, it is slanted right, if I were to make the base flat. And so it has that right hand twist.
And when you measure the lands and grooves, do you document those measurements?
I do.
Why do you do that?
So the primary purpose for that is again to see the class characteristics, so the width of the land and
Well,
the
that's
grooves.
concerning.
If there is a significant difference between those numbers in between two projectiles, then that would preclude it from having to
Vicky was
fire
just
the same
someone during the
firearm.
last trial
And
we
then
streamed. It was
additionally,
being a
I can
fucktard.
take those numbers and put them into the general rifling characteristics database and see if there's any suspect weapons that have those same measurements.
Okay. So I'm going to move on now to Exhibit 14 in this same, your Exhibit 14. Is that your label that's placed on there?
Yes.
What description did you have as to the G number for Exhibit 14?
116.
And this number 24 projectile front
driver's side floor, under
brake pedal.
Pedal is spelled with a
1846. Is that
D,
your
not a
handwriting?
T, you fuckwit. Way to be illiterate, cop. P-E-D-A-L, not P-E-T-A-L. It's not a fucking
Exhibit
flower.
14, G116. I want to go through those same questions again. What was the measurable caliber of that item?
So the caliber measured to be .401.
And how does that compare to the last one?
It's very similar. I mean, a slight difference. The other one, I believe, measured at .400. So it's a difference of 1/1000th of an inch. That's within tolerances for the same caliber.
Okay. How many lands and grooves did you see on this particular one?
I saw at least 4 landing grooves.
How many
that were
misspellings did you
present.
make on the container?
The other 2 were either damaged or just not readily visible.
Okay. The bullet weight, what was this?
It was 167.4 grains.
What were the materials?
It was also copper and lead.
Any candelore?
No.
Did you see candelores on any of the
I am so
projectiles?
smart. I am so smart. S-M-R-T.
The jacket type, what was it on Exhibit your 14?
It was also a full metal jacket, so it has that same characteristic where it has either a flat or
No, it
rounded
was
nose
a projectile.
and an open,
The spent
base where
casing was
it's
found in the
exposed,
rear
lead
passenger
pores
seat,
exposed.
where the
So here
defendant
you
was
said there was only
reportedly
4
sitting.
lands or grooves visible.
Mhm.
How does that compare with the last one? That you said there were 6 lands and grooves.
So the last one had 6 landing grooves that were visible. These 4 landing grooves are visible just because of damage. So there are parts of the jacket that had been ripped off, likely due to passing through an object or impact. And so
That's actually
that's the
literally in my
difference
top
between-
5 favorite Simpson quotes of all time.
And you said passing through an object. You previously talked about going through glass. What other items would cause damage to a bullet?
That one and
honestly, it
I
could
get
be
my
almost anything.
Wookiee.
If it went through a
That's a
body
good
and hit bone, it could fragment. It could have the jacket peeled off. If it hit a car door, if it went through any kind of harder object. Most of these, most all projectiles really, are intended to enter an object that's mainly liquid, right? So whether it's us, a deer, or any animal, the primary composition of us is liquid. So apart from bone, there's really not anything that's hard inside of our bodies, just like any kind of animal. And so any impact with bone or hard object like bone would cause damage to the projectiles.
On Exhibit 14, were you able to determine a estimated original grain weight?
I believe it was, I left it as undetermined because enough of it was missing that I couldn't
Oh,
say
Mr.
100%.
Simpson, you are so learned.
Obviously, it has
It's
to have weight of at least
learned.
167 grains because there's material missing. And so it precludes certain calibers, but I didn't want to give an exact probable weight just because of how much was missing.
With regards to the notes that you've made with regards to your analysis of this, how did you document your additional data or findings?
So the projectile has damage to most sides of the projectile itself, with the jacket missing in several different portions of it. The base of the projectile remains relatively intact, which is again not necessarily abnormal. If you think about how a projectile travels, the nose of the projectile is the first thing that's going to impact anything. The base is the last thing that's going to impact anything. So more often than not, the more significant damage is on the nose end of the projectile and the base.
Chuggy Show,
usually
you're
the
talking
area
about
that
this
remains
case?
damaged.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
And then just have some of the land impressions intact, which could be measured.
Were the lands and grooves consistent with Exhibit 13 in measurements?
Yes, they were in similar range of sizes.
So, Mr. Bello, how do you make sure that you don't accidentally put Exhibit 13 and Exhibit 14's container? What types of controls are in place at the lab to prevent that?
So when we examine the projectiles themselves, typically the projectiles are going to have some kind of labeling, usually put on there by myself as well, either a permanent marker or in a scribe, which is just a metal pen. I can write on metal with it. But aside from that, we are only handling evidence from one particular case at that time or at that moment in time.
No.
And so if something were to be swapped, theoretically speaking, it may get swapped 15 to 16 or 16 to 15, but it wouldn't be 15 from this case to 15 from a different case. Because I'm only looking at evidence from this case at one time.
If you have one that is a known and one that is a questioned, what steps do you take to make sure those are kept identified?
Holy
and
shit,
separate?
it's almost lunchtime.
So the knowns are
We're not
also,
even going to get to this guy's
typically labeled
cross-examination this morning. I'm going to have to shoot myself in the face. Thank you very much. Maybe get this guy to do the expert examination of my corpse.
And so that will clearly distinguish it from any of the evidence in the case.
So moving on to Exhibit 15. Is this your label that is on there?
Yes.
What's the purpose of the barcode that's on all of these?
Who the fuck
It's a barcode
cares?
that really our system itself puts in place. And that barcode just contains that same information that's underneath. So if you were to scan that barcode, it would just give you its Exhibit 15, external ID, 117, case number, and lab number. So that's really all it is. It's just a replication of the below information in barcode format.
In terms of when you first get the evidence, when it's given to you, how do you retrieve it?
So I retrieve the evidence from the firearms vault. So the firearms unit actually houses all of its evidence inside of our own unit. We have a fairly large room that's
Wait,
secured by
don't do that,
alarm
Vicky.
and,
Who are you in
vault
real
door,
life? I need to
where
know.
all the evidence is kept. When I'm going to work on a case, because I'm the supervisor, I also will assign myself the case. So I'll pull the evidence, I'll assign it, and then I go to the vault physically and I retrieve the evidence from our evidence vault.
Do you work on more than one case at a time?
I only ever have the evidence for one case open at one time. So one case open.
When you are finished with the items of evidence, where does it go back to?
So when I'm done with the evidence, it'll get sealed back up into the original packaging. If the original packaging is too damaged or something's off with it, then I'll create a new packaging for it. And then it'll be sent back to our central receiving, which then sends it back to whoever the submitting agency was.
Do you reseal it with evidence tape and your name
Okay,
and CCN?
it's
Yes.
Mrs. K.
What is
Grip.
a CCN?
It's going to take
So
a
CCN
while
is
to
the
wrap my
actual
mind
word
around
that's
it, but okay.
Are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
No.
Okay. Are you a civilian employee of the sheriff's office?
Yes.
The large green sticker that's on these items, is that placed on by the lab as well?
Yes.
So going to your Exhibit 15, described as G117. Did you measure the caliber of this particular projectile?
Rip
Yes.
Frank.
Okay, what was the measurable caliber?
So the caliber for that one measured to be 0.400 inches.
Okay, so that's the same as your Exhibit 13?
Yes.
On the number of lands and groups, how many were there?
There were 6.
What was the direction of twist?
It was a right-handed twist.
Did you have a bullet weight you were able to determine?
It weighed 179.4 grams.
Was the materials able to be determined as to what this bullet was made of?
Yes, it was also made of copper and lead.
What type of jacket was it?
So like the other two, it was a full metal jacketed projectile.
Was it magnetic?
No.
Were you able to view all 6 lands and all 6 groups?
Yes.
The rifling type, what was it?
It was also conventional.
Were you able to determine a probable grain weight of the original bullet, an estimate?
Yes, so this one was also 180 grams.
With that information, were you able to determine a potential caliber?
It was also 40 Smith & Wesson. Yes.
You don't need that to. You don't need to do that to determine a.
This projectile,
Oh,
what
fuck
did you document?
The nose was slightly flattened, and that there are parts where the copper jacket is missing. However, the projectile's base is in good condition.
Okay, did you measure the lands and groups on this one as well?
I did.
Were they consistent with the other 3?
Yes.
Okay. So once you've looked at these 3 projectiles, are those the first 3 projectiles you got in the initial submission?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that there was 2 separate submissions. Did you do a comparison between exhibits 13, 14, and 15?
I did.
And how did you do that comparison?
So once I did the worksheets and I saw that none of the evidence really could have been precluded from being fired in the same firearm, based on just the class characteristics that were observed, I took the projectiles to the comparison microscope.
Bernice, thank you so much for the super chat. Long time no see, seriously. Hi, Jeff. Hope all is well with you, and thanks so much. All is
So
well with
going
me,
back
except
to
for
the
this
first
trial.
photo we
This
looked
trial
at
is killing my
earlier,
soul.
at the bottom it says
Yes. The
13
lawyer chick, she
and
keeps a
15?
package of Trident next to her.
What does that
Who the hell
indicate
chews
to you?
Trident
These are
anymore?
showing photos
If
of.
any of you chew
So
Trident,
that projectile or
I
exhibit
do like the
13
cinnamon
is
Trident, but that's
on
like
the
it.
left stage, so on the left side of the microscope. And exhibit 15 is the projectile that's on the right side of the microscope.
Were you able to come to a conclusion as to whether or not they were fired in the same firearm?
And yes, there was sufficient agreement of individual characteristics to say that both of these projectiles came from the same firearm.
Okay, so I want to make sure we're clear. Were the class
God damn it! Stop
characteristics
Vicky
the same?
nippling and Vicky sippling everybody. I'm losing
How-
track of who's
class
who.
characteristics being the same, is that enough for you to say an individualized, that they are a match from the same firearm?
No, it doesn't.
So explain the individual characteristics.
Right,
that you were
so
able to show.
the class characteristics.
Juicy fruit,
like
zebra
I talked about
stripe
earlier,
gum.
was
That's what I
the
like.
caliber,
What was the
number of lazy
juicy?
groups, the
What
width.
was the gum that was like
So
the
the
zebra
length
stripe
from
gum?
this
They had like
black
the
line
different colors.
to this line down here needs to be consistent. And obviously, you can imagine that this is the
I don't
impression.
chew gum. To me, just
That's coming from the
chewing
barrel
gum
of the
bothers
firearm.
me. It just looks
If
like cows chewing
This
their
impression is all the way out to here, then that's a different firearm. There's no way. That
Was
we
it
could have
called
picked
zebra
up the
gum?
same
Is that what it
firearm.
was called?
So once all of those
Fruit
class
stripe. That's what it was. It was fruit
agree,
stripe gum.
then I can say, okay, well, they came from the same type of firearm at least. Let's find out whether or not they came from the same firearm. Then what I'm looking for is all of these scratches that are in here. So this individual detail that comes from the manufacturing process of that land impression. So that's the area that is raised inside the barrel of the firearm that leaves this recessed area in the projectile.
I like
And
double
the
mint because they had the
agreement
double
of all
mint
of these
twins.
different little scratches that you can see is the agreement that I'm looking for.
Dude, we know
to
you're going to
determine
come to the
whether or not,
conclusion that they all
they
came
came
from the same fucking gun. That's literally your job, is to come up here and testify. All these bullets came from the same damn gun. We know that's your point. Get to it.
No, not typically. So as long as the magazine is a functioning magazine, so it still has a spring inside of it.
I just mentioned that, Digger.
Then as long as the magazine fits in that firearm, you can use any magazine that would fit in that firearm.
There are magazines that come standard with the firearms.
Yes, there
So
are.
there are aftermarket magazines that are available as well.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any way to tell from the projectile
Big League
what type
Chew.
of magazine it was loaded in?
No, there's really
Kevin
no way to
Cazares, it was
know
Big
what
League
magazine it
Chew.
came from.
Is there a way to know from the casing?
Yo,
what type
in the
of
big league,
magazine
with Big
it
League
was loaded
Chew.
in?
Not the type of magazine. Sometimes the magazine can leave marks on casings. So sometimes it could be possible to compare marks from known replicas of a magazine to unknowns. But again, that is sometimes, that's not all the time. And so there's really not a way to know, in the absence of a magazine or the absence of a firearm, there's really no way to know which magazine it came from or what type of magazine it came from.
So we talked about exhibit 14, which was the G116. Were you able to do the same examination and say that exhibit 14 came from the same firearm as 13 and 15?
So exhibit 14 had similar class characteristics. The weight could have put it in the 40 caliber class. The width from that line to that line was very similar to these two exhibits, but there wasn't enough detail present. So these lines that I'm looking at in here didn't reproduce well on this other projectile. So in the absence of information, I can't eliminate it as having been fired from the same firearm, because sometimes firearms can mark slightly different. And so the absence of information doesn't allow me to eliminate it as having been fired in the same firearm, but I can also not identify it because there's not enough agreement. And so that's where it falls into, I think, the inclusive class where it could have been fired.
I've had this
firearm,
typo
but
in
without
the
this additional information, I can't really
in the
say,
damn
for sure whether or not it came from the same
scrolling
And
banner
so
for 2 hours and nobody caught it. You're all a bunch of illiterate fucks. But I'm an illiterate fuck because I was the one that typed it.
No, I'll photograph.
Thanks, you,
a
Deb.
representative
There
of
we
the
go.
identifications I made. Basically, what that means, if I identify all of my projectiles on this particular land impression, then I'm going to take one picture of this land impression. If I couldn't identify one of them on this one, but the next one over, then I'll also photograph that comparison because it's a different comparison. The only reason we do that is that, really for brevity's sake, if I had 12 comparisons, they would all look like this. So it's kind of useless to have 12 pictures that all look the same and say, look, here's 12 pictures.
I'm sorry, Vodka. That's
This
really
representation is
really sad for
the
you.
same thing I was looking at if I made other identifications on this land impression.
And so you indicated that there were 6 Lansing grooves on 13 and 15.
Mhm.
When you're doing a comparison, do you match it each and every one of those?
Yes, we certainly attempt to.
Your Honor, this may be a logical breaking point for lunch.
Jesus.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our lunch and recess now. Just leave your notepads on your chairs. Remember, the admonition do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence. No research. We'll see everybody back at 1:30. All right. Have a nice lunch.
Oh my God. Oh my actual God. I just wasted 4 hours of my life, and you all just wasted 4 hours of your life. I envy Strawberry so much. Oh my God, that was torture. I would rather go back and listen to day 1 4 times than listen to 5 minutes of that ever again in my life. And she's not even done with her direct exam at home with her. Oh my God, she's not even done with direct. This is what I kind of like. I like this format that I've got going here, where we do the previous day's afternoon and then we catch up to the morning of the current day. I like this because it allows me to do things like I'm going to do tomorrow. Tomorrow when we start, I'm going to skip through straight to this guy's cross-examination. I literally don't give it. Well, maybe we'll watch the last 5 minutes of his direct examination because that's when he's going to, I hope, get to the fucking point. Holy crap. So yeah, we will, when we start tomorrow at 9 p.m. my time, so that'd be 8 a.m. Eastern. When we start tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern, I'm going to skip his entire damn testimony, except for the last 5 minutes of direct, and then we'll get straight into cross. Oh my God. Yeah, we're done for the day, Captain. Have fun. Because there ain't nothing fun about this. Ugh. Jeff, unfortunately, there are some who don't understand that the jacket would have the powder on it. Yeah. Weird that the powder would be on the outermost surface and not in the buried 3 layers of clothing underneath. Oh my God, this guy. And he's the state's ballistics expert guy. So we know his entire purpose for being on the stand is to say, we collected all of these projectiles. They were from the same gun. The end. If we're lucky, they'll throw in, oh, there was stippling on the clothes, which means it was fired between 3 inches and 18 inches away, blah, blah, blah. So I'm assuming that's going to be the last 5 minutes of his testimony. Do we ever make it to his cross, or does he stay on the stand for the rest of his life? I don't know at this point. And quite frankly, I don't care anymore. I'm just beaten down. I'm just beaten down. I'm so glad they went to a lunch a little bit earlier than usual, because that means I get to go to sleep a little bit earlier than usual. My body's not going to know what to do with 7 hours of sleep. Holy crap. Well, here's where I would normally do a recap of important points of the testimony today, but there literally was none. Janice from the Muppets, she didn't add anything to this really. Ned Flanders, he didn't add anything. And Gimli here, he didn't add anything really. He still hasn't even started to talk about this case. He went on for 2 hours just building foundational crap and describing generalities, and he's still not done. Yeah, Bobby Baloney says, "Can we get Ozzy to cover this? No reason other than to torture him." Oh no, he was here last night for a few minutes and bailed. He's like, no, But actually, Ozzy will be here. He said he would suffer the torture with me for a couple of hours at least tomorrow. So we'll have Ozzy there. We'll have Ozzy here tomorrow. But yeah, we're just gonna skip straight through his freaking direct, except for the last 5 minutes. Legal Vices, did you catch the hot mic situation from yesterday? Which one? The Tupac? The Tupac must have done it, or which? Was there a different one? The defense lawyer blamed it on Tupac. Is that the one you're talking about, Freak Snowden? If not, which one were you talking about? Digger 420. Thanks, Jeff, for being your wonderful self. Legal Vices, you have created a great community, and I'm glad to be part of it. Well, I'm glad you're a part of it too, Digger 420. We love you, Dig. Wow. So, all right, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set up the redirect. Who can we redirect to? Oh, hang on. Let me check something real quick here. There's a guy that I think I might want to just freak you all out with. Let's see here. Never mind. There's a guy here that one of these days we'll feed into him when he's on. Now he's turned the stream over to two people I don't know. A guy named Lincoln Kane. Lincoln Kane is like my damn spirit brother. The Brandon Collective turned me on to him. And he's a guy, he's from Australia. He likes to drink. He wears hats. He doesn't give a fuck. He smokes all the time. He's totally based. It's for him, it's sort of like a Fuck It Friday, about 12 hours a day, every day. Lincoln Kane is the man. So, I mean, right, like I said, now it's a bunch of people. He's turned the stream over, I guess, overnight to people that I don't know. It's not him, but we'll hook you guys up with Lincoln Kane one of these nights. Corn Pope went over. Lincoln Kane made me a mod in 3 minutes. Everyone is mod. Yeah, literally, like everyone is. Just go over to everyone's a mod. Lincoln is hilarious. I hung out with him on his stream a couple of days ago. We had a good time, I think. But yeah, does he have a YouTube channel? And if he does, can someone send me the link and I'll check out his channel? Let me pull it up here. Like right now, it's not him. He's sleeping. He's turned it over to two people that I don't know. Let's see here, Lincoln Kane. But check him out. He basically streams all night U.S. time. Let's see, Lincoln Kane. The guy cracks me up. Let me see if he still has. I don't know, it's his thumbnails and shit. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of me, but Australian, so I like him. Worcestershire sauce says Vice has tried to say my name. We got you covered, Worcestershire sauce, or Worcestershire sauce, as we call it in Utah. All right, this is the Lincoln Kane channel. If any of you want to check him out, not right now because he's not there, but yeah, he's a hoot. The only people that I can see that are streaming that I can dump into is Kurt. So we'll set it up to dump into Kurt. Join him if you want. If not, whatever. But just let him know it's a Legal Vices raid if you do join Kurt. He's doing a deep dive into voting rights redistricting case in Alabama v. Milligan. Ooh, that might be nearly as exciting as the trial we're streaming today. Kurt Uncivil Law is live, so we'll dump into Kurt Uncivil Law. So yeah, Lincoln Kane is fucking hilarious. One of these days, like fucking Friday, I've invited him, but he starts streaming the same time I do. During fucking Friday, okay, this is it. Fucking Friday starts obviously on Friday night US time. He'll be streaming. I'll do a little bit of stream sniping so you guys can meet Lincoln Kane. He just turns the microphone on and talks, and just lets people join randomly and shit. He is hilarious. I don't know why. He just speaks to my soul. But all right, everybody, this is it. This is the end. Tomorrow, Ozzy will be joining me for a couple of hours. We will start at 8 a.m. Eastern time, 1 p.m. UK time, 9 p.m. Korea time. Why did I say it like that? Korea time, and 10 p.m. Canberra time. Will we get a Chewbacca roar on Friday? We might. We'll see. Depends how much money you throw at me. It's possible. I was at a wine tasting Saturday. There was a minor Chewbacca incident at the New Zealand Wine Festival. 4 hours, all you can drink wine from New Zealand. What could possibly go wrong? All right. So tomorrow, more of this with Aussie Overlord. Friday is the fucking Friday stream. Let's see. Currently the guests that will be joining me on Friday, the confirmed guests, there's a ton of possible maybes, and then there's going to be a ton more that we just throw the invites to as the night goes along, because there's 20 people that are invited standardly, and you can only have 9 guests on stream at any given time. So we kind of got to cycle through them. So when there's a lull, we'll throw out links to other people. The confirmed guest list for fucking Friday is so far. Let me scroll down to my Twitter feed. Flux will be there. Lauren De Laguna, Steph the Altar Nerd, Stephen Gosney, Megan Fox the Thumbs, Chandler Remington, Nicholas Starov, Meme Copium, and Danny on Direct. They are the confirmed, and then there's Natalie Wisco is a definite maybe. Let's see, who else is in the maybe category? Ari Jacob is in the maybe category. Law of self-defense. Let me see what he said. He said he would do his best to join, but he is exhausted after a trial that ended in an acquittal on all charges. Legally Dirty Blonde has been given an invite. She's pretty funny. Drex is not available. He'll be in Vegas with his daughter. Radix Verum, she's going to be doing some filming. Ian's going to try to stop by. Ian Runkle of the Bailey. Camelot's going to try, and haven't heard back from Nick yet. Lawn Lumber, haven't heard back from him. LawTube with Sean, haven't heard back from him, but he usually joins. So that's kind of the sort of halfway confirmed and possible people list. So you're going to want to join for that. It's just fun. You throw money at me every couple $100. I do a shot, and we just talk. It'll be fun. Flux, you haven't been on with Nick yet? Yes, you have. That was like your first stream you were on with Nick, and you're like, fangirl. Remember that? That was funny. All right, everybody. I'm gonna shut this down. Sorry, Flux, didn't mean to. Oh, you got to tell him something. Yeah, I just remember you like the first time it was on. It's pretty funny. You're all starstruck. Well, the first time Flux joined a live stream was the great live stream that went straight to hell with Nick and Farron and Andrew, and oh my god, that was the I need a redo. Yeah, that was the legendary blow up stream that just destroyed everybody. That was bad. That was Flux's first appearance on a live stream. It was a shit show, she says. Yeah. That was actually pretty funny. It's like, oh, come on, you'll have fun. Join me on the join the panel. And then it just went straight to hell. It was terrible. All right. Anyway, thank you all for being here, for joining me for this. We'll see you tomorrow for the very abbreviated version of this afternoon stream, as well as tomorrow morning live. Thank you all so much for being here. Yeah, Mexican Vader, it was hilarious and it was awkward to watch. Good night, Strawberry. Doggy. Doggy. No. 잘자요. Doggy. 일어나세요. 일어나세요. Nope. She's not listening. My dog speaks Korean. All right. Thank you, mods, for being so cool and moddy. Thank you, chat, for making this just absolutely retarded stream bearable. Thank you for the generosity that was shown with the super chats. Vice Squad chat is the best chat there is. If you're gonna go over to Kurt, say hey, hi, let him know it's a Legal Vices raid, and we'll see you tomorrow. That's me, Lawrax, saying Lawrax out. And by the way, I am going to commission a Lawrax pipe with the earnings from the Fuck It Friday stream, and it will look like this right here. Where is it? It will look like this. Lawrax out. Oh, never mind. I don't have it on there. This is what it's going to look like. It's going to look like my starting soon thing. Will look something like that, but I'm out. Bye, everybody. Enjoy your legal vices. Lawrax saying peace.